Chapter 111. As long as he pushed off the surface of the river once more, he would reach the shore safely. Thinking of this, the martial Grand Master revealed a joyful smile. Hu-chi! Just as he landed on the water for the second time, a black tentacle suddenly shot out from the water and wrapped around his legs. That martial Grand Master did not panic and reacted very quickly. He chopped out with the saber in his hand, and the black tentacle immediately broke apart. Pooh! 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 The martial Grand Master regained his freedom and leaped into the air again. However, before he could fly up, countless black tentacles shot out from the water and pulled him into the water. A startled cry came out of his mouth as he struggled with all his might. However, he was still dragged into the river. Chewing sounds could be heard. Guno! Guno! Bubbles kept appearing on the surface of the river as pools of blood flowed out. The crowd could vaguely see a strange black fish floating out of the water. Its back was covered with tentacles of various sizes. I don't know which bastard broke the bridge. It's over. There's so many terror fishes. None of us can cross. If we want to cross, we need to be at least a martial saint. Otherwise, if we do not hold on and fly over, we will be caught by the tentacles of the terror fishes. Seeing another martial Grand Master die miserably, the crowd at the shore no longer dared to try. They all cursed the person who broke the bridge. Rushing footsteps could be heard. Zhang, he and Zhou Hongyu led a large group of cultivators over. Xiao Qin quickly hid himself in the crowd. When the two of them saw the bridge was broken, they did not hesitate and shouted loudly as they flew to the other side of the river. They leaped high into the air, and when they landed on the water, they kicked up countless waves. Pooh! 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 Countless tentacles flew towards the two of them in the air. The two of them sent out resplendent sword chi and shattered these tentacles. After a while, the two of them landed firmly on the other side of the river under the gaze of the crowd. Then, they quickly rushed in the direction of Beast King Valley. Damn it! These two bastards, they said they would bring us to Beast King Valley. Now, they actually ran away without any sense of loyalty. The cultivators that followed the two cursed out when they saw the situation. The person next to him said angrily, "What are you scolding? You're not good people either. You're just using each other. There's nothing to say. Who are you cursing? Say it again if you have the guts." Because they could not cross the river, the cultivators on the riverbank were all very angry. Since they could not agree with each other, it quickly turned into a fight. Xiao Qin couldn't be bothered with this group of people. Just as he was about to cross the river, a black suddenly appeared upstream. It was speeding towards them at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in everyone's field of vision. That was actually a black ship. The people on the shore were shocked and stopped making noise. He felt that it was extremely strange. There were many water monsters in the river, so why would a boat suddenly appear upstream? Where did this boat come from? To all the new and old customers of Liushang Pavilion, your Lord Fatty is here to save you once again. A familiar figure appeared on the bow of the ship. Kim Taeho stood at the corner of the ship, holding a golden folding fan in his hand as he spoke with a smile. Bang! The bow of the black ship stopped by the riverbank. A group of cultivators were wild with joy as they rushed towards the bow of the ship. It was like they saw a life-saving straw. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, arrows shot down from the bow of the ship. The cultivators below were startled and they all retreated to avoid them. Fatso smiled faintly. If you want to cross the river, each person has to pay 10,000 silver taels. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. After all, this Lord Fatty is just a businessman. 10,000 silver taels? Are you robbing us? It's just a trip across the river. Indeed, even robbing us is not as ruthless as you. Although the people below were clamoring ferociously, they still paid up in the end. Xiao Chun counted carefully. There were about 300 to 400 cultivators at the riverbank. Just from this trip alone, Fatso had earned more than 4 million silver taels. Xiao Chen had already expected that Fatso would rush to Savage Forest. However, he did not expect to meet him here. It was unexpected but within reason. Xiao Chen suspected that Fatso was the one who broke the bridge. In the blink of an eye, all the people at the riverbank had left. Fatso stood at the bow of the ship and looked at Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, come on up. I know you are out of money. This Brother Fatty will give you a ride for free." Xiao Chen did not say anything. He leaped into the air and landed on the bow of the ship. The ship immediately turned around and moved quickly to the other side. The huge ship broke through the waves, causing the fish in the water to avoid it. Kim Taeho parted the crowd and led Xiao Chen to the ship's hold. He said with some pride, "How is it, Brother Xiao? My ship is not bad, right?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Although it cannot compare to a king-grade secret treasure like the Black Royal Warship, it is at least a spirit-grade secret treasure. Fatso was startled in his heart. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's eyes are really sharp. How about I bring you to Beast King Valley? Of course, with our friendship, I will not charge you a fee." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. When he saw the ship coming from upstream, he had already thought of it. Aside from entering the water from the sky, there was no other way to enter the water. "Can you bring me to the control room to take a look?" Xiao Chen asked. He really wanted to know if this legendary secret treasure was the same as the magic treasures recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. After Xiao Chen spoke, he took out a bottle of golden holy beast blood from his universe ring and placed it in front of Fatso. Kim Taeho opened it and took a whiff. He smiled and said, "Sure, there's no problem. However, time is limited. Don't stay here for too long." Fatso stretched out his hand and sent out a shock wave. It struck an unknown place, and a large hole immediately appeared in the floor of the hold. Xiao Chen and Fatso instantly fell into the hole. Xiao Chen turned around in the air and landed firmly. He immediately felt a familiar aura around him. He quickly closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. A huge formation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Every line of the formation was hidden in various parts of the ship, giving off a green radiance. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and followed Fatso to the center of the formation. Finally, he saw the secret of the core of the secret treasure. There were many spirit stones placed around the center of the formation. A few old men were controlling the flow of the spiritual energy on the ship. Indeed, this secret treasure is a magic treasure, Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. However, the people of today seem to have forgotten how to operate a secret treasure. They actually needed spirit stones to activate it. "Let's go. Brother Xiao has already reached the shore." Xiao Chen was lost in thought when he was interrupted by Fatso. He discovered that the true function of the secret treasure was not even a tenth of its power. It was only used as a transportation tool. He felt that it was a pity. The two of them returned to the bow of the ship. When the group of cultivators saw the shore, they quickly jumped off. After everyone jumped off, Fatso waved his hand and the ship soared into the sky, heading for Beast King Valley. Damn it, it is actually a secret treasure. This Fatso is too hateful. He took more than 10,000 silver taels from us. Why didn't he send us directly to Beast King Valley? When the people below saw the situation, they all started cursing. High in the sky, Fatso stood at the bow of the ship. He felt very satisfied. He spread his arms wide open and welcomed the cool breeze. He said, "This feeling of soaring in the sky is really extraordinary." Who? Just at this moment, a large golden ship flew by quickly. It brushed past Fatso's ship and created a whirlwind. It nearly blew Fatso off the ship. Dong! Just as Fatso was about to curse, a shadow suddenly flew over his head. A wine cup fell from above and smashed into Fatso's head. Xiao Chen looked at the warship that flew over Fatso's head. He saw Hua Yunfei's figure on it. Indeed, the Hua clan's king-grade secret treasure had appeared. Damn it! When this fat lord obtains an emperor-grade secret treasure, I will kill you all. Damn it! Fatso cursed as he rubbed his head. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen noticed that there seemed to be a figure standing on a tree below. He felt that the person looked familiar. He extended his spiritual sense and discovered that it was Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan carried a sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood on the tree branch and looked into the distance. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. Those noble clans brought a large number of people and even mobilized their king-grade secret treasures. The strongest sect in Dongming province, the Misty Sword sect, only sent Chu Chaoyan. Furthermore, he came alone. This did not make sense. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan turned his head and revealed a faint smile at Xiao Chen. It was like he was greeting him. Xiao Chen was startled. Could he have seen me? I only scanned him with my spiritual sense. Even a martial saint would not be able to detect it. Suddenly, a sword of light appeared under Chu Chaoyan's feet. It carried him through the air, flying quickly towards Fatso's worship. Wow! The sword of light disappeared and Chu Chaoyan landed firmly on the bow of the worship. Xiao Chen felt a strange sense of danger and took 3 steps back. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and jumped down from the bow. He said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, there is no need to be nervous. I am just here to hitch a ride." Fatso smiled coldly at the side and said, "Whose worship do you think this is? Do you think you can hitch a ride as you please?" Fatso had just suffered a series of setbacks and was in a bad mood. When he saw Chu Chaoyan arrive uninvited, he immediately made things difficult for him. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and walked over to Fatso. He handed over a stack of gold banknotes and said, "Your Jin clan is full of businessmen. You would not reject a business that is delivered to your doorstep, right?" Kim Tae-ho, who normally treated banknotes like his father, did not show any change in his expression. He snorted coldly and took the banknotes. Xiao Chen was astonished. He thought to himself, this Fatso must have suffered at the hands of Chu Chaoyan. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression. They flew towards Beast King Valley in silence. Along the way, Chu Chaoyan appeared very calm. Occasionally, he would chat with Xiao Chen, giving off a very relaxed feeling. However, the more relaxed he was, the more Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He did not know why, but the feeling that this Chu Chaoyan gave him was much more horrifying than Hua Yunfei. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there were explosions in the sky in front. The 3 people at the bow looked forward and saw that the Guy Marquis' golden worship was fighting with a flock of huge birds. The huge birds had 3 heads. When they spread their wings, they were tens of meters wide. Of the 3 heads, 1 breathed fire, 1 breathed poison, and 1 breathed cold qi. They were all very ferocious. Chapter 112. Rank 5 Flying Spirit Beasts, 3-headed birds. This is troublesome. We might not be able to go around them, Chu Chaoyan said indifferently after he saw them clearly. Fatso's expression was grave. After a while he said, "Let's descend, there are too many of them. I did not expect to meet such a flock of spirit beasts when we are still a few kilometers away from Beast King Valley." Chu Chaoyan frowned slightly and said, "It is too late." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 3-headed birds flew over quickly. The 3 huge birds connected together like a dark cloud, covering the sky in front of them. Bang! 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 Flames, ice, and poisonous gas rained down on the ship. A pale green halo appeared around the hull of the ship, isolating all the attacks. The fat on Fatso's face trembled as he cursed. "We are going to suffer a loss this time. We have not even reached Beast King Valley, and we have already exhausted so many spirit stones." Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "Dabao, I think I'll take another route and help you lure one away." When he was with Chu Chaoyan, Xiao Chen always felt pressured. Now that he had an opportunity to leave, he did not hesitate. Shao Qin circulated the gravity spell and soared into the air. Then he passed through the jade-green ring of light and flew out. Immediately, the three-headed birds all attacked him. Flames, ice, and poison, all of them attacked him. Shao Qin executed the heavenly lightning shield and blocked all the attacks. He quickly flew forward, and the 4 three-headed birds chased after him. "Damn! I only wanted to lure one away, not all of them," Shao Qin said gloomily. The attacks of the 4 three-headed birds landed on the heavenly lightning shield in a continuous stream. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the shield. Shao Qin's body swayed left and right in the air, like a leaf moving up and down in a strong wind. Fatso stood at the bow of the ship and watched as Shao Qin lured away the 4 three-headed birds. He finally smiled and said loudly, "Brother Shao Qin, you are too polite." Ding! A faint zither sound came from the hold of the ship. 3 visible sound waves flew towards the three-headed birds like sharp swords. "Pusi!" The three-headed birds cried out in pain as a severe wound appeared on their bodies. Blood sprayed out as they fell from the sky. When Fatso saw the three-headed birds returning, the smile on his face froze. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He looked at the ship's hold and said in shock, "Unexpectedly, Miss Xiao Xiao is here as well." With three-headed birds gone, the pressure on Shao Qin lessened significantly. He executed the lightning evasion and dodged the attack of this 3-headed bird. Shao Qin checked his direction and continued flying in the direction of Beast King Valley. When he saw the golden worship in the distance, he saw a scene that would make one tremble. A person clad in golden armor emitted a resplendent golden light from his body. It was very dazzling. He held a 3-meter-long golden spear in his right hand and a 1-meter-long red short spear in his left. He leaped continuously on the 3-headed bird's back, sweeping his spear around like a god of war. He fought left and right. Blood spurted out in the air. He picked off the 3-headed birds one by one. This is the Gi Marquis Shao, the super expert of the younger generation in the king's residence, second only to Yingyu? Shao Qin said with astonishment in his eyes. The strength of the 3-headed birds was equivalent to a peak marshal, Grand Master. However, they were killed by Ying Xiao without being able to retaliate. This person's strength was truly horrifying. The Gi Marquis in the air seemed to feel Shao Qin's gaze. He turned his head and a pair of dragon eyes shot toward Shao Qin like lightning. Shao Qin did not want to cause any trouble, so he immediately flew away. After flying for half an hour, Shao Qin could already see the silhouette of Beast King Valley from the sky. He did not want to attract too much attention, so Shao Qin slowly descended. He saw the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace, the Ji clan's black monarch worship, and the Hua clan's worship all stopped in the air. They were being held back by some flying spirit beasts. After Shao Qin landed, there were miserable cries coming from the surroundings. When he turned his head back to take a look, it was indeed a cultivator being torn to shreds by a spirit beast and swallowed into its stomach. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the spirit beasts in savage forest became. Shao Qin carefully jumped onto a big tree and hid his aura. He waited for the spirit beast to pass before he slowly jumped down. Now that he was here, every step was filled with danger. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the spirit beasts. Shao Qin did not dare to be careless. He extended out his spiritual sense and slowly made his way to Beast King Valley. Because the entrance to Beast King Valley was the resting place of tens of thousands of beasts, normally there would not be any spirit beasts passing by. When Shao Qin saw a large group of cultivators gathered at the entrance, he did not rush to enter. We finally made it here. This journey was really miserable. I saw a few martial saints die miserably. It was really scary. Indeed, that Zhang He who led us earlier was actually swallowed by an ancient savage beast. Why are the people of the noble clans not coming down yet? The people who just entered discovered a few beast kings that were not completely dead. They did not even have time to escape before they were killed. Fortunately, I was smart and only took a look from afar. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape. The Golden Lion King inside is as tall as a small mountain. When sabers and swords hacked at it, they could not even break its skin. Shao Chun blended in with the crowd and finally understood why this group of cultivators was blocking the entrance. It turned out that there were still Beast Kings that were not completely dead in Beast King Valley. Furthermore, there was more than one. Bang! The Guy Marquis' golden worship was the first to stop. A group of golden-armored warriors jumped off the worship. The Guy Marquis rode on a dragon-scale horse and jumped off the worship. He led the warriors into the valley. The Guy Marquis is here. Behind him are the golden armor guards of the Marquis' residence. Every one of them is a peak martial grandmaster. Furthermore, they all came from the battlefield. There is no need to be afraid now. Shao Chen extended his spiritual sense to the group of people. Indeed, he could see a black aura lingering above the heads of the group of golden-armored warriors. This was the baleful aura that was formed when the stench of blood on their bodies was too heavy. Bang! The Ji clan's black royal worship also stopped. Ji Changkong led a group of Ji clan cultivators and jumped off the worship. After a while, the Jiang clan's martial saints all jumped off as well. The Ji clan's people are here as well. Damn, so many martial saints. The 6 martial saints of the Jiang clan are all here as well. They might be the strongest among the noble clans. Bang! Bang! The people from the Hua clan and the Duanmu clan also dealt with the spirit beasts in the air. They all led their people in. Now, all the people from the noble clans were present. The cultivators at the valley entrance could no longer endure it. They all followed after them, hoping to gain some benefits. Shao Chun noticed that there were some strong cultivators who were still able to remain calm and did not rush in. Shao Chen was not in a rush. He did not follow them in. He locked his spiritual sense on the group of people from the Ji clan. This was because he actually saw Jiang Muheng's figure among them. He could not help but pay attention to him. After another 4 hours, almost all the cultivators at the valley entrance had entered. Shao Chen did not wish to continue staying here. He used his spiritual sense to sense that the Ji clan had already killed a beast king past its prime. Brother Shao Chen, wait a moment. Let's go together. Suddenly, Fatso's voice came from behind him. Shao Chun turned around and saw Kim Taeho smiling as he shouted from behind. Beside him, Su Xiaoxiao was hugging her zither. Her pure face revealed a faint smile as well. When Shao Chen saw Su Xiaoxiao, he was slightly stunned. He remembered that when he was attacked by the 4 three-headed birds, he seemed to have heard the sound of a zither. It seemed like Su Xiaoxiao had made a move. Many thanks to Miss Xiaoxiao for your help earlier. Shao Chen thanked Su Xiaoxiao after the two of them walked up to each other. Su Xiaoxiao smiled tactfully. A mischievous expression appeared on her pretty face as she said, "Is young Master Shao not afraid of lowering your intelligence?" Shao Chun blushed with shame in his heart. This girl was indeed a creature that bore grudges. He had already forgotten what he had said to her back then. Now that he thought about it carefully, Su Xiaoxiao was actually on his side. Yan Qinyin's strength was not low. It was just that he was careless at the start and suffered a disadvantage. Hence, Shao Chen kept attacking him. The most important thing was that he did not expect Shao Chen to make a move in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Fatso held the golden folding fan in his hand and smiled. "Let's go in quickly. This fat lord has to at least recoup my losses this time." When Shao Chen did not see Chu Chaoyan, he felt it was strange. He asked, "Where is Chu Chaoyan?" Fatso replied, "Let's go quickly. Don't mention that brat anymore. He left the moment we disembarked." The 3 of them crossed the valley entrance. Not long after, the huge Beast King Valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Although this Beast King Valley was called a valley, it was actually as big as a small city. Even when Xiao Qin used his spiritual sense to scan the area, he could not find the end. Everyone walked forward. There were huge skeletons everywhere on the side of the road. Fatty's eyes lit up as he looked at them. These were the bones of high-level beast kings that had passed away and remained in this world. Even after thousands of years, there were no signs of weathering. Unfortunately, these skeletons were complete. Sabers and swords could not break them, nor could they be moved. Even if they saw any treasures, they would not be able to pick them up. The towering skeletons gave off a faint pressure even from far away. Even after thousands of years, the auras left behind by these former beast kings still existed in the world. Fatso pounded his chest and said, "What a pity there are so many bones. If we could bring them all back in one piece, even if we did not obtain any treasures from the ancient remnant, it would be worth it." Xiao Qin was a little confused as he asked, "Are these beast bones really that valuable?" "I don't think so. Even if these bones are very hard and can be used to make weapons, there are no tools to polish them." Fatso glanced at Su Xiao and smiled faintly. "Don't look down on the methods of the heavenly craft manor. Of the 10 great spirit weapons forged by the heavenly craft manor, 3 of them are made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old beast king. Furthermore, pure bone weapons are also extremely helpful to those who practice specific martial techniques. Furthermore, aside from forging weapons, these bones are also good supplementary materials for refining medicinal pills. If we find a smaller one later, this fat lord will personally move it back." There was even a spirit weapon made from beast bones. This greatly exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. The 3 of them walked forward and saw a cultivator fumbling around in front of a beast bone. Chapter 113. "I'm rich. I picked up a beast king's bone," that cultivator suddenly exclaimed in joy. The surrounding crowd immediately looked over. Someone at the side took a look and said, "It's the real deal. It is at least a rank 8 beast king's bone." What a horrifying spiritual pressure! I could feel it from a few meters away. Furthermore, it is just a piece of bone. Pu Xi. Before the cultivator who obtained the beast bone could fade away, he was chopped in half from behind. The person who sneak attacked him grabbed the beast bone and fled frantically. When the people at the side saw this, how could they let him go? They all chased after that person. In an instant, an intense battle appeared before everyone's eyes. The last lone martial saint who passed by snatched the beast bone. After he killed tens of people, no one dared to continue fighting for it. Fatso shook his head and sighed, "Intellect! How stupid must one be to tell others so loudly that the treasure is on me? Come and snatch it." Xiao Qin also felt it was a pity. They had not found the entrance to the ancient remnant, and the killing in the valley was already so intense. If they entered the ancient remnant, what would the scene be like? The 3 of them did not go far before they saw the people of the Ji clan in front. They were currently dissecting a beast king that they had killed. Fatso said in astonishment, "They actually killed a living beast king. The Ji clan has struck it rich this time. Just the beast blood alone can be sold for millions. The value of the spirit core is even more horrifying." Xiao Chen was not too astonished. Before he entered the valley, his spiritual sense was locked onto the people of the Ji clan. He had seen how they killed the beast king with his own eyes. Among them, Ji Changkong's resplendent sword that tore through the sky left a deep impression on Xiao Qin. That martial technique should have already reached Earth ranked. "Let's change direction. The Jiang clan is in front. It is not easy for me to go over," Xiao Qin said to Fatso as he looked at Jiang Muheng, who was in the crowd. Fatso felt it was a pity. "I don't know if we can go up and exchange for something." "Never mind, let's go." The 3 of them changed directions and continued forward. A light exploded in the sky, and an incomparably resplendent meteor suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the 3 of them with a boom. After the dust settled, Ji Changkong appeared before the three of them. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His powerful aura pressed down on the three of them as he slowly walked towards them. Xiao Chen and the other two felt a pressure. They could not help but take a step back. They looked cautiously at Ji Changkong, who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Ji Changkong's face was like jade. He was very handsome. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "You stay? The two of you can leave." His voice was not loud, and he spoke slowly without any killing intent. However, his words revealed an aura that could not be rejected, and no one could question his words. Pooh! 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 Jiang Muheng led a group of Jiang clan martial grandmasters and rushed over. He stood beside Ji Changkong and said, "Cousin, that damn fatso must stay behind as well." "Who?" Kim Tae-ho laughed coldly. The crowd only heard the sound of the wind, and fatso picked up Jiang Muheng. In just an instant, the crowd even thought that Jiang Muheng had run into fatso's hands by himself. Pa! Kim Tae-ho grabbed Jiang Muheng's collar with his left hand and lifted him up violently. His right hand held the golden folding fan and gave him a tight slap. "Although I'm fat, that doesn't mean that anyone can say that, especially someone like you. Pa! Pa!" After fatso spoke, he gave Jiang Muheng another 2 tight slaps. Jiang Muheng's right cheek instantly swelled up, and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. "Damn you, fatso! Put me down quickly. Otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. I will." Before Jiang Muheng could finish speaking, the fatty ruthlessly flung him to the ground. His thick leg stomped on Jiang Muheng's face, ruthlessly stomping on it a few times. Seeing Ji Changkong block the few of them, the cultivators at the side quickly watched from afar. When they saw fatso suddenly flipping out, everyone felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Fatso flipped out. He is indeed tyrannical. He does not even care about Ji Changkong and directly stepped on his cousin. Haha! What does Jiang Muheng count for? Even the fur of Shiha province's Yan clans, Yan Chenyan, was stripped by fatso. Do you think there is anything he cannot do? Looks like the rumors are true. I wonder if Jiang Muheng will be stripped. If that is the case, it would be funny. When the words of the crowd reached fatso's ears, fatso even felt like dying. He wanted to explain that this was just a rumor, but this was clearly not the time. Did you see fatso's expression? It looks like he admitted it. Damn it, how savage. You still dare to call him fatso? Didn't you hear what he said? Whoever dares to call him fatso, he will strip off all his fur. You are finished. You are so loud. That fatso will definitely hear you. Quickly deal with it yourself. Damn it, I'm not going to say any more. If I continue, I might really be finished. When Xiao Qin and Su Xiaoxiao heard this, they both subconsciously took 3 steps back, putting some distance between them and fatso. Kim Tae-ho had a wronged expression on his face. He no longer had the tyrannical air he had earlier. He complained bitterly, "Can you guys be more loyal?" Kim Tae-ho, quickly let go of my son. I do not have any grudges with you. I will not take back the street in the east of the city. I will not make things difficult for you. The Jiang clan's clan head, Jiang Mingxuan, hurried over and shouted when he saw Jiang Muheng being stepped on by Kim Tae-ho. When Jiang Muheng heard Jiang Mingxuan's voice, he became very agitated. His head struggled under fatso's foot. Finally, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He said loudly, "Father, you have to save me. This fatso is a pervert." Yan Chenyin fatso was extremely frustrated. When he heard Jiang Muheng's words, he kicked him into the air. Then he used his palm as a saber and knocked him unconscious. Jiang Mingxuan felt very anxious and rushed forward. Fatso grabbed Jiang Muheng's neck and glared at Jiang Mingxuan. Feeling that murderous gaze, Jiang Mingxuan quickly stopped. Boom! Ji Changkong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly moved. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of fatso. That figure used his fingers as a sword and aimed for Kim Taeho's eyes. Who? The golden folding fan in Kim Taeho's hand opened up with a schwa sound. A golden figure appeared behind him. That figure was dressed like a scholar. He was also holding a golden folding fan in his hand. The instant the scholar appeared, the might of an ancient sage spread out in all directions. The surrounding cultivators all felt a righteous aura. Boom! The scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand, sending out a wave of energy. The black figure in front of the fatty was immediately sent flying backward, exploding into a bloody shadow in the air. That is the weapon of an ancient sage. There is actually a trace of a Tao image left in it. How horrifying! Ji Chankong's external incarnation was actually destroyed in an instant with just a gentle wave. Ji Chankong's expression did not change. However, he was somewhat astonished in his heart. He did not expect that this incomparably tacky fatso would actually have a treasure on him. Furthermore, looking at his attire, those gorgeous ornaments could very well be treasures. Fatso carried Jiang Muhing on his shoulder. He looked at Ji Changkong and said, I do not care about the grudges between you and Shao Qin. After we leave Beast King Valley, you can do whatever you want. However, as long as he is in Beast King Valley, he is my companion. Leave Jiang Muheng with me for a period of time. After we leave Beast King Valley, I will return him to you. After Kim Taeho spoke, he brought Shao Qin and Ji Changkong and left in another direction. Jiang Mingxian and the others looked at Shao Chen's back. Their hearts burned with rage, but there was nothing they could do. If they tried to forcefully take down this group of people, Jiang Muheng would definitely be killed immediately. This fatso is really tyrannical. He is not even afraid of Ji Changkong. What a pity for the Jiang clan. They only have one son, and he is going to be ruined by fatso. Of all the people they could offend, they just had to offend this fatso. Let's not talk about this anymore. That fatso has not gone far yet. Lower your voice. In a secluded area of Beast King Valley, Kim Taeho casually tossed Jiang Muheng to the ground and started fiddling with his body. Shao Qin and Su Xiaoxiao thought of the rumors they heard earlier. The two of them tacitly moved to the side. After a while, Fatso scolded, Pauper, you have nothing. Seeing Shao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao move to the side, Fatso quickly carried Jiang Muheng and chased after them. He explained, I say, can you not look at me with such a strange gaze? Those are just rumors. Shao Chen smiled faintly. I know. It is just that there are differences in intelligence between people. They are unable to understand you. That's more like it, Fatso said happily. After a while, he felt that something was wrong. Why do I feel that your words are mocking me? Shao Chen listened for a while and said, Stop messing around. I heard the sounds of fighting. Maybe some noble clan is killing the Beast King. Let's see if we can take advantage of it. Fatso looked in the direction Shao Chen pointed and listened for a while. He said, Why did I not hear anything? Never mind, I believe you. However, what about the person I am carrying? Shao Chen thought for a while before placing the universe ring on Jiang Muheng's body. With a thought, he stored Jiang Muheng inside with a so sound. When Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao saw this, they were astonished. Fatso said in astonishment, What kind of spatial ring is this? How can it store a living person? Shao Chen did not explain much. Just treat it as a secret treasure. Shao Chen led the way forward. Along the way, they could see battles taking place everywhere. As long as they found a piece of Beast King bone, there would be a fight over it. Fatso was a little depressed as he said, There are so many people picking up the scattered Beast King bones. Why can't this fat lord find any? Shao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He kept his spiritual sense extended out. He saw that Fatso had stepped on at least 3 pieces of Beast King bones, but he did not discover any. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them finally saw the source of the sounds of fighting. The Gi Marquis Ing Shao was leading his 200 golden armored warriors, fighting against a golden lion king the size of a small mountain. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought back to the infant golden lion that he met in the periphery of Savage Forest. Just the spiritual energy contained in the infant's spirit core allowed Shao Chen to raise his cultivation by one realm. Chapter 114. This golden lion king was the size of a small mountain. The amount of spiritual energy contained in its inner core was definitely horrifying to a shocking level. Fatso's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "Golden holy beast! It really is a golden holy beast." Su Xiaoxiao countered, "Don't think too much. The Gi Marquis' 200 golden armor warriors are all peak martial grandmasters. Furthermore, they have fought on the battlefield before. The most important thing is that they are wearing Earth ranked battle armor and superior grade profound ranked spirit weapons, forged by the heavenly craft manner. Although they do not have a martial saint, they should be the strongest of all the powers." Shao Chen was incomparably astonished. Over 200 elite spirit weapons and battle armor. How horrifying was that? The battle armor that Yan Chenyan wore was only Earth ranked. Furthermore, he was a scion of a noble clan. These 200 golden armored warriors were actually all wearing Earth ranked battle armor. Just thinking about it caused one to tremble in fear. No wonder the Gi Marquis only brought 200 golden armored warriors. With just this, he could move unhindered in Beast King Valley. As the three of them were speaking, the Gi Marquis Ing Shao, who was riding on his dragon scale horse, suddenly shouted loudly. He galloped towards the golden lion king, kicking up a cloud of dust. Man and horse became one. He moved as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the golden lion king. The 3-meter-long golden spear in his right hand carried a huge force as it smashed violently into the golden lion king's chest. Boom! The three of them saw an extremely majestic scene. The Gi Marquis, riding on his dragon scale horse, was only 2 meters tall. In front of the small mountain like Lion King, he was pitifully small. However, at this moment, he was able to send the golden lion king flying. This was a very terrifying spear power. How strong was the power contained in the spear to be able to send the golden lion king, which was like a small mountain, flying? Bang! The golden lion king landed heavily on the ground and gave off a loud sound, causing the ground to tremble. Before it could stand up, the 200 golden armored warriors under the Gi Marquis immediately surrounded it. Shao Chen felt that it was a pity. He knew that in the face of this absolute power, he had no chance at all. He quickly led Fatso and the others forward. Before Shao Chen left, he felt the Gi Marquis' lightning-like gaze looking at him again. After the three of them walked for a long time, Fatso grumbled, "This Beast King Valley is too big. If we continue searching like this, who knows how long it will take to find the entrance to the ancient remnant." Rumble. As Fatso was speaking, a series of continuous loud noises came from a distant mountain wall. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept through the entire valley. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The entrance to the ancient remnant must have opened. It's the Duanmu family. I saw them heading in that direction. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the mountain wall in the distance. Thud! 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 The Gi Marquis rode on his dragon scale horse and led the 200 golden armored warriors past the three of them. They actually gave up on the golden lion king that they were about to obtain and headed straight for the mountain wall. Everyone's expression became extremely excited as they headed for the mountain wall. They were afraid that if they were too slow, the treasures in the ancient remnant would be snatched away by others. Shao Chun thought of something and turned around. He said, "Let's go and take a look at that golden lion king. There is no rush to go to the ancient remnant." Fatso chuckled. "That's exactly what I was thinking." When the three of them returned to the place where the golden lion king was, they saw dozens of cultivators had the same thoughts as them. They were currently surrounding and killing the Golden Lion King. Many martial masters hacked at the Golden Lion King with their weapons. Metallic sounds resounded continuously. Its golden skin was like metal. There was not even a scratch on it. Hu-chi! A strand of golden flame descended from the sky. The cultivators on the ground were immediately burned to a pile of ashes. They did not even have the chance to resist. When the remaining cultivators saw the situation, they all gave up. Xiao Qin somewhat understood the reason why the Guy Marquis gave up. Although this Golden Lion King was past its prime and its movements were slow, its skin was like steel. Sabers and arrows were unable to injure it at all. When Kim Taeho saw the situation, he frowned and said, "Why is this fellow's skin so thick? How are we going to attack it?" Xiao Qin measured carefully. This Golden Lion King was about 50 meters tall. He looked at the place where the Guy Marquis' spear had pierced at. There was a shallow wound there, and a trace of faint golden blood was slowly flowing out. Su Xiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened her mouth. There is still a chance. The life force in its body is rapidly disappearing. Furthermore, its internal injuries are very severe. Although the Guy Marquis group did not manage to injure its skin, the force of the spirit weapons managed to injure its body. Xiao Qin took out the Soul Slayer bow from the universe ring and knocked an essence light arrow. He drew the bow into the shape of a full moon and aimed the arrow at the small wound on the Golden Lion King's chest. The arrow gave off a faint glow. Xiao Qin could feel the horrifying force contained in it. This essence light arrow was able to damage his superior grade, profound, ranked battle armor in the past. It should not disappoint him now. Hu-chi! The essence light arrow buzzed in the air and shot out. In an instant, it pierced through the Golden Lion King's body, causing a stream of golden blood to spurt out. Ding! Ding! Yellow Springs' 9-Death Song. Yellow Springs' 9-Death Song. Su Xiao gently stroked her zither, and a majestic tune of a powerful army burst out. The grass and trees in the valley trembled, and the wind howled. It was as though there were thousands of soldiers and horses roaring, reverberating in the valley. Within the valley, countless heroic spirits appeared behind Su Xiao. Su Xiao's zither music rose continuously. The army of heroic spirits rode on horses, as though they were coming out from the underworld river, rushing towards the Golden Lion King. Xiao Qin executed the lightning evasion and flashed into the air. He caught the essence light arrow in his hand, and the lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Countless arcs of electricity leaped around it. Pu-ci! Xiao Qin held the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it violently into the wound that the essence light arrow pierced through. Instantly, golden blood spurted out and splashed onto Xiao Qin's face. The electricity on the lunar shadow saber directly entered the Golden Lion King's body. The Golden Lion King cried out in pain, and its body trembled violently. A huge force came from its back, and Xiao Qin was immediately flung off. Who? The Golden Lion King spat out a huge clump of golden flames at Su Xiao. Then it sprinted as though it was in the final moments of its life. Its speed was incomparably agile. Fatso opened the golden folding fan in his hand, and a golden figure appeared again. He fanned the flames ferociously and sent them flying. The army of heroic spirits brandished their spears and sabers and pierced through the Golden Lion King's body. Every time a heroic spirit pierced through it, the Golden Lion King's speed would slow down. It was as though a portion of its life force was being drained away. When the army of heroic spirits pierced through the Golden Lion King's body, it came to a complete stop. It was only 2 meters away from Su Xiao. Su Xiao's hands, which were playing the zither, suddenly stopped. The indistinct tune reverberating in the valley suddenly turned silent. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Dong! A high-pitched tune suddenly resounded, and a strong wind blew. Su Xiaoxiao's clothes fluttered and her fine black hair fluttered. A formless energy sent the Golden Lion King flying. Descending divine dragon chop. High up in the sky, Shao Qin streaked through the air like a meteor and struck the back of the Golden Lion King. There was a loud bang, and the mountain-like body of the Golden Lion King knelt down. The Golden Lion King let out a painful wail. The three of them could feel its life force rapidly draining away. This Golden Lion King, which was already past its prime, was about to pass away. Just when the three of them were feeling relaxed, a human figure suddenly flew over from a distant place. He was like a long sword as he streaked across the sky with a terrifying sword image. With a loud sound, he followed the small wound caused by the primary light arrow earlier and directly penetrated the Golden Lion King's body. Boom! There was another loud sound, and he came out of the Golden Lion King's body. He was holding a golden spirit, core the size of a basketball, in his hand. This time, the Golden Lion King was thoroughly dead. Golden blood spurted out from the huge wound like raindrops. When it fell into the valley, it made dripping sounds. Chu Chaoyan! Shao Chan exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this person's figure clearly. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly. The golden spirit core in his hand emitted a golden spiritual energy that soared into the sky, forming a golden ribbon. When the countless spirit beasts in the surroundings saw the spiritual energy, they flew over frantically. With a satisfied smile, Chu Chaoyan stored the golden spirit core in his spatial ring. He looked at Shao Chen and said, "I'm borrowing it. I will return it in the future." A sword of light appeared under Shao Chen's feet. He rode the sword and flew off into the distance. Shao Chen was extremely furious in his heart. This Chu Chaoyan was too despicable. Everyone worked hard for a long time, and he took away the most valuable spirit core of the Golden Lion King. Shao Chen was very dissatisfied with the fact that he only said he was borrowing it and then flew far away. He was clearer than anyone about the horrifying spiritual energy contained in the spirit core. He used the gravity spell and chased after it. "Brother Shao, don't chase after him." Fatso shouted from the ground, "It's over. Shao Qin is not a match for Chu Chaoyan. If we chase after him like this, it will be disastrous." Su Xiaoxiao's complexion was slightly pale. She had exhausted a lot of essence and mental energy after playing the Yellow Springs 9 Death Song. She looked in the direction Shao Chen left and said, "There is no need to shout. Chu Chaoyan will not make a move on him." Fatso said hatefully, "This bastard. This is not the first time he did this. There will be a day when he will fall into this fat lord's hands." On a flat ground in the valley, Chu Chaoyan suddenly stopped and slowly landed on the ground. He looked at Shao Chen, who was following behind him, and said, "Brother Shao, it was my fault for taking your spirit core today. I will return this favor to you in the future." After Shao Chen landed, he said indifferently, "If you want to take it, then take it. If you want to borrow it, then borrow it. Have you asked for my permission?" Shao Chen held the lunar shadow saber tightly as he stared at Chu Chaoyan. This Chu Chaoyan gave him a very dangerous feeling. If it were not for the fact that he was too angry, he would not have gone against this person. Chu Chaoyan smiled gently. In this world, it has always been the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. I borrowed it, so be it. Shao Chen, I really do not need your permission. Chapter 115. Lightning Evasion. There was a flash of light, and Shao Chen appeared beside Chu Chaoyan. He executed drawing the saber, and a saber light flickered. The lunar shadow saber quickly slashed at Chu Chaoyan's chest. Bang! Chu Chaoyan turned around gently and used his finger as a sword. A light appeared on his finger and blocked Shao Chen's saber. There was a metallic sound as he blocked Shao Chen's saber. After the first move of the rushing thunder saber technique was blocked, there was no way to execute the subsequent moves. Shao Chen quickly changed his move. He shouted, "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years!" Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's figure quickly changed positions in the air. Countless saber lights flashed as they hacked at Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan stood on the ground without moving at all. He used his finger as a sword, and countless sword chi suddenly appeared. This flight on wings was a martial technique of the Misty Sword sect. Chu Chaoyan was very familiar with it. When he saw Xiao Chen execute this move, although he was astonished, he did not panic. The sword chi arrived first, despite being launched later. It danced chaotically in the wind and actually forced Xiao Chen to switch from offense to defense. The saber lights danced around continuously, neutralizing the sword chi that were flying at him. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Their essence was greatly exhausted. After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Chen retreated backward. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and leaped into the sky. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. A mysterious phenomenon appeared in the sky. The boundless night suddenly covered the blazing sun in the sky. A full moon slowly rose in the sky, giving off a gentle glow. Chu Chaoyan frowned slightly. He said in astonishment, "It is already very shocking that he can execute our sect's disordered dance of 1,000 years. How is it that he can even execute moon bright like fire?" Chu Chaoyan revealed a cautious expression. He knew the might of moon, bright like fire. Back then, that sword saint had used this move to kill a great emperor. But soon, a relaxed expression appeared on his face. Xiao Chen had not comprehended the true essence of this move at all. There were many flaws in the phenomenon. "Are you trying to show off before an expert?" Chu Chaoyan said with a faint smile. "Kacha!" Suddenly, a golden light shone in the dark night. Chu Chaoyan slowly drew the sword on his back by an inch. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and endless light violently burst forth from the 1-inch sword. Saint weapon, the sword on his back is actually a saint weapon. When Xiao Chen saw the piercing golden light, he was extremely astonished. However, the mysterious phenomenon had already appeared. There was no longer any chance for him to stop. He could only go all out. Chu Chaoyan stood upright with his hands behind his back. He looked indifferently at Xiao Chen in the air and snorted coldly. The sword on his back returned to its scabbard. A surging golden light shot out from all directions, turning into boundless sword images. The night that covered the entire sky was like glass. Countless cracks appeared on it. After a while, there were countless crisp sounds, and the night completely disappeared. The full moon returned to nothingness before it could even rise. Sunlight shone on the ground once again. With the mysterious phenomenon broken, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He staggered a few times and nearly fell to the ground. When the mysterious phenomenon was broken, the sword technique would rebound. This was the most serious internal injury a cultivator could suffer. Back then, Zhang had been crippled by Xiao Chen after his mysterious phenomenon was broken. Chu Chaoyan leaped up gently and slowly walked over to Xiao Chen. He said, "I know you still have trump cards that you have not used yet. However, I do not have any intentions of killing you. At least not now. I hope you will not do anything foolish. Do not use the same move that you used on Hua Yunfei on me. This world is very big and very exciting. However, only those who are alive can experience this excitement. The one who laughs in the end is the true hero." After Chu Chaoyan spoke, a sword of light appeared under his feet. He rode on the sword and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Xiao Chen consumed a blood-replenishing pill and a qi-returning pill. As he watched Chu Chaoyan disappear, he smiled bitterly to himself. This was the first time he had been defeated in such a miserable manner. His opponent had not even made a move. He had destroyed him with just half a move. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Chen slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. digesting the medicinal energy in his body. After a while, when the medicinal energy had completely permeated his body, his injuries were more or less healed. Xiao Qin did not hesitate and rushed back. Although he had taken away the most precious part of the Golden Lion King, the other parts of it were still valuable. This was especially so for the lion horn on its head that had existed for several hundred years. Hua Yunfei, who was rushing towards the entrance of the ancient remnant, suddenly saw Xiao Chen's rapidly running figure. He frowned slightly and said in astonishment, after not seeing him for such a short period of time, he actually advanced to peak martial master. This person cannot be left alive. The two of you, go and take that person's head. I will wait for you in the ancient remnant. Hua Yunfei said to the two peak martial grandmasters behind him. He felt it was a pity that they were going to explore the ancient remnant and could not do it themselves. Yes, the two of them obeyed and rushed in the direction of Xiao Qin. In Beast King Valley, Xiao Qin kept his spiritual sense extended out. The first thing he discovered was Hua Yunfei's figure. He had already planned to go around him, but he did not expect to be discovered in advance. Seeing the two martial grandmasters behind him, the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits, doubling his speed once again. He instantly shook off the two of them. Where is he? Where did he run to? I clearly saw him running in this direction. He might be hiding. Let's split up and search. The two of them could sense that Xiao Qin had suddenly disappeared. They could not help but be astonished. Pu Xi! An arrow flashed by like a gust of wind. Before one of the martial grandmasters could react, an essence light arrow pierced through his heart from the back, killing him. When the other martial grand master saw Xiao Qin suddenly appear behind him, he was startled. When he saw that Xiao Chen was holding the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow, he immediately fled without looking back. Xiao Chen looked in the direction that person fled, but he did not give chase. He picked up the essence light arrow on the ground and started to search the body of the martial Grand Master. The status of this martial Grand Master was not low in the eyes of the Hua clan. Xiao Qin found 1,000 gold taels banknote, a rank 4 body tempering pill, and a profound ranked martial technique, clear wind chop. Xiao Qin smiled in satisfaction. His gloomy mood finally improved. This martial grandmaster of the Jiang clan died unjustly. Xiao Qin used the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow to sneak attack him from behind and kill him. If it was a head-on fight, Xiao Chen would need at least 500 moves to defeat this person. Clear wind chop. Xiao Chen flipped through it. It was a martial technique related to the saber. A profound ranked martial technique was already of a very high rank. In some clans, it could be treated as a family heirloom. Only a noble clan like the Hua clan would have a follower with a profound ranked martial technique. Such a thing was unimaginable to other clans. After an hour, Xiao Chen returned to the place where the Golden Lion King died. However, he discovered that Fatso's movements were extremely fast. That Golden Lion King was only left with a complete golden skeleton. When Kim Taeho saw Xiao Qin return, he handed him a golden lion horn and said, "I've taken the blood and fur of this golden holy beast. Miss Xiao Xiao wants the skeleton, and this lion horn is for you. I forgot to tell you, that Chu Chaoyan has a holy weapon on him. Within the same cultivation realm, no one is a match for him. Even an inferior grade martial saint would be defeated by him. Did you not hear me when I told you not to chase?" Xiao Qin smiled faintly and received the golden lion horn. He looked at the huge golden skeleton and said, "How are we going to transport this thing back? Even if we want to transport it to the ship, we have to think of a way to move it up." Fatso smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Miss Xiao Xiao will have a way." Su Xiao Xiao smiled gently, tacitly agreeing to this. Although Xiao Chen was suspicious of what Su Xiao Xiao wanted this golden skeleton for, He did not ask in the end. After splitting the loot, Kim Tae-ho was in a good mood. He said boldly, "Come, this fat lord will bring you to the ancient remnant to dig for treasures." At the entrance of the ancient remnant, Hua Yunfei saw the martial grandmaster running back with his tail between his legs. He flew into a rage. "I have never seen such trash like you." A peak martial grandmaster was scared off by a superior grade martial master. That martial grandmaster lowered his head and knelt on the ground, not daring to say anything. This matter was indeed embarrassing. However, if it was not for Shao Chun having the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrows, he would not have run. Hua Yunfei thought for a while before saying in a sullen voice, "You 5 martial grandmasters stay here. If you are not able to take down that brat, you can forget about returning to the Ji clan." This time he only brought 6 martial saints and 5 martial grandmasters. Martial saints had strong combat prowess. Such strength could be said to be the weakest among the noble clans. It was hard to guarantee what would happen in the ancient remnant. Hua Yunfei did not dare to leave the martial saints behind. Leaving behind 5 martial grandmasters was already his limit. Using 5 peak martial grandmasters to deal with Shao Qin, a superior grade martial master, Hua Yunfei thought too highly of Shao Qin. Under Fatso's lead, Shao Qin and the other 2 walked towards the entrance of the ancient remnant. Along the way, Shao Qin took out the golden Lion King's horn that Fatso had given him and started carving it as they walked. Su Xiaoxiao, Kim Tae-ho, and Su Xiaoxiao found Shao Qin's action strange. Kim Tae-ho could not help but ask a few times. It would be a waste to carve the golden Lion King's horn. Shao Qin smiled and did not explain. There were too many unknown dangers in the ancient remnant. The battle with Chu Chaoyan earlier had given Shao Qin a sense of pressure. He needed a trump card that he could use as a trump card. Unfortunately, he had already executed the heaven-ranked martial technique. Blue Dragon goes to sea twice. If he were to forcefully execute it again, he would definitely explode and die. Otherwise, he could use it as a strong trump card. Now, the only thing he could rely on was the life bestowal spell. Shao Qin focused on carving the bone sculpture in his hands. He carefully recalled every move of the Golden Lion King in his mind. "We have arrived." Fatso stopped walking and looked at the 10-meter tall hole in the mountain wall. There were many stone fragments at the bottom of the hole. The dark hole made it difficult for them to see what was inside. A cold chi blew out from the hole. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. This was a chill that reached deep into their hearts. Shao Chun extended his spiritual sense into the hole. However, he discovered a formless barrier that prevented his spiritual sense from entering. This situation was exactly the same as what Shao Qin had encountered in Gloomy Forest. Chapter 116. However, this time, the obstruction that Shao Chun met was even stronger than the one in Gloomy Forest. He used his spiritual sense to form a golden spear, but it still did not budge at all. Fatso said with some fear, "Why do I feel that this hole leads to a grave? This is too strange." Shao Qin smiled faintly. "Perhaps it really is a grave. Isn't the place where the ancient powerhouses passed away where they died? It is no different from a grave." Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao said, "Someone is targeting us. They are all experts." Shao Qin frowned, and his spiritual sense turned into a ring of light. He extended it into the surroundings and said after a while, "It is the Hua clan's people. There is a total of 5 peak martial grandmasters." Just as Shao Qin spoke, a nameless martial grandmaster leaped out from behind and formed a semicircle surrounding the 3 of them. When the leader saw Shao Qin and Kim Tae-ho together, he was somewhat surprised. "The 2 of you, please step back." "Our Hua clan, lightning evasion!" Shao Chun shouted and appeared beside that martial grandmaster. Electricity leaped on the lunar shadow saber as he executed, drawing the saber, forcing the person who spoke to swallow his words. Fatso cursed. If I follow this brat, I discover that sooner or later I will offend all the noble clans. Kill. Su Xiaoxiao said indifferently. Her figure flashed in the air, and her jade-like, slender hands gently strummed the zither strings. The person who spoke first did not expect Xiao Qin to be so overbearing. He did not even give him a chance to speak before he hacked at him. Pusiai. His body flew backward, but Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber still left a wound on his chest. The surging electricity on the lunar shadow saber instantly entered his body, slowing his movements. Arclight chop. The saber drew an arc in the air. The area 3 meters in front of Xiao Qin was enveloped by this arc. The martial Grand Master's body was suppressed by the electric light. His speed became extremely slow. Before he could react, he was sliced in half by this arc. A peak martial grandmaster was killed by Xiao Chen in 2 saber strikes because of a mistake. This was the power of the rushing thunder saber technique. As long as one could execute the first saber strike, even if one was a realm higher than Xiao Chen, one saber strike would be able to kill them. Side attack. Xiao Chen gently turned around, tilted his body, and ferociously slammed forward. The cultivator who was rushing behind him was immediately struck in the chest by Xiao Chen's right shoulder. That person was originally helping the martial Grand Master earlier to surround Xiao Chen, forming a pincer attack. However, he did not expect Xiao Chen to kill a peak martial grandmaster in 2 moves before turning around to attack him. Caught off guard, he was immediately knocked back by Xiao Chen. He had to take 2 steps back before he could mitigate this horrifying force. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a horrifying physical body." Xiao Chen took 2 steps forward and punched with his right hand. The wind howled and thunder roared. That person had not yet stabilized himself. The surging qi and blood in his body had not calmed down yet, so he had no choice but to use his palm to block. There was a series of crackling sounds. Xiao Chen's body, which had been tempered by the heavenly lightning and the 7 leaf flowers, smashed that person's right hand into a pile of mush. Ah! That person cried out in pain. When he saw his shattered right hand, his face was filled with astonishment. A saber light flashed, and while he was distracted, Xiao Chen used drawing the saber and chopped him in half. Xiao Chen was expressionless as he took out the Soul Slayer bow and knocked an essence light arrow. A huge force was transmitted from his body to his right hand as he drew the Soul Slayer bow into the shape of a full moon. He aimed it at the martial Grand Master fighting with Kim Tae-ho. That martial Grand Master felt a killing intent coming from behind him. He quickly shook off Kim Tae-ho and leaped to the side. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to make a mark on that martial Grand Master's heart. Pusiai. The essence light arrow left the bow and turned into a beam of light. It pierced through the mark that Xiao Chen made. That martial Grand Master vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Shua! Shua! Xiao Chen's hands moved continuously, and another 2 essence light arrows were shot out. The remaining 2 martial Grand Masters died one after the other. They were unable to resist at all. Fatso, who was at the side, exclaimed, "This Soul Slayer bow is really abnormal. Whoever it shoots will die. This fellow is also abnormal. I heard that pulling the Soul Slayer bow requires 500 kilograms of force." Unexpectedly, he was able to shoot 3 arrows consecutively. Su Xiaoxiao hugged her zither, and there was a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. The potential of the Soul Slayer bow is not limited to this. As long as the user's physical body is strong enough, it is not impossible to break through 5,000 kilograms of force. Back then, the previous Manor Lord of the Heavenly Craft Manor spent his entire life creating the Soul Slayer bow. However, he discovered that no one could pull it. This was because essence could not be used. One could only rely on the strength of the physical body. After the old Manor Lord passed away, the new Manor Lord directly sold this Soul Slayer bow for a cheap price. I wonder what expression they would have if they saw the current situation. Fatso felt suspicious as he asked, "Then why did the old manor lord create a soul slayer bow that no one could pull? Wasn't that because he had nothing better to do?" Su Xiaoxiao sighed faintly and said with incomparable melancholy, "It was all for the sake of repaying a favor to an old friend. He wasted his entire life's effort." Xiao Chen put away the bow and picked up the essence light arrows that had fallen to the ground. The might of the soul slayer bow combined with the essence light arrows far surpassed his imagination. Furthermore, he felt that this soul slayer bow still had potential to be excavated. After he picked up the essence light arrows, Xiao Qin started to tidy up the spoils of war. He started to fiddle with the bodies of the martial grandmasters. When Fatso saw the situation, he quickly fought with Xiao Qin. This fellow is really rich. He managed to get 3,000 gold taels after searching just 2 people. There are also a few bottles of good quality medicinal pills, Fatso said with a smile as he held the gold banknotes. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with him. He shot out a few strands of purple thunder true fire and burned the corpses on the ground to ashes. He looked deeply at the pitch-black hole and did not hesitate to walk in. Kim Taeho and Xiao Qin quickly followed. The closer they got to the hole, the denser the cold qi became. It caused them to tremble in fear. After the 3 of them circulated their essence, they felt slightly better. The black hole was a long passageway. As they walked, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. The 3 of them did not say a word. Even the usually lively Fatso remained silent. The 3 of them did not know how long they had been walking for. Finally, a spot of light appeared in front of them. Xiao Qin felt joy in his heart and increased his speed. After a while, a vast underground palace appeared in front of them. "Quick, run! The corpses in the coffins have come out. Many of the Duanmu clan cultivators in front have died. There are actually demonic beasts here. Is this an ancient remnant or not? This is too horrifying. Earlier, someone was covered in demonic qi and instantly demonized." Before the 3 of them could rejoice, a large group of cultivators screamed and ran over from the front. They wanted to escape. For a moment, everyone felt very nervous. Jean Fatso was flabbergasted as he said, "What's going on? Why are they all running back?" Xiao Chun pulled over a cultivator and asked him about it. That cultivator replied that the Duanmu clan's people had opened a black coffin in the underground palace. The corpse in there had actually come back to life and was now killing everyone it saw. There was also a hidden river in the underground palace. Suddenly, many bat-like demonic beasts appeared. They were all rank 5 demonic beasts, and there were many of them. Xiao Chun hesitated for a while, but he still led the way forward. Suddenly, he saw a group of people gathered on the wall in front of them, looking at something. This is definitely an ancient martial technique. The ancestors carved it on the wall. However, I do not understand it at all. Without a certain level of comprehension ability, one would not be able to understand it. Earlier, I saw Ji Chongkong come here. After he finished looking at it, he immediately destroyed the last 3 murals. He must have comprehended something. Otherwise, he would not have destroyed the last 3 murals. Xiao Chen and the other 2 quickly squeezed in. They saw many murals carved on the wall. Some of the people in the murals were practicing swords, some were sitting, and some were just standing quietly. Everyone's expression was different. However, their movements gave off a feeling of the Tao. Every move they made carried the aura of heaven and earth. Xiao Qin continued to look at the paintings one by one, scanning the stone walls with his spiritual sense. The moment his spiritual sense entered, he felt like he had entered a real world. Every time he finished looking at a painting, he felt like he had gained something. The purple thunder divine incantation in his body actually circulated automatically. He entered a strange feeling. When he reached the end, he discovered that the original 3 murals on the wall had been destroyed. It looks like Ji Chongkong must have comprehended something here. That's why he destroyed it. Xiao Chen felt some regret in his heart. The most crucial 3 murals were destroyed. The circulation of the purple thunder divine incantation in his body also stopped. That wondrous feeling from earlier also disappeared. However, even so, Xiao Chen felt the essence in his body was much more abundant than before. His cultivation as a superior grade martial master had become more stable. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes and said in astonishment, "This is a sage Tao comprehension painting. Everyone in the painting is a real sage from the ancient era." The last 3 sage Tao comprehension paintings were destroyed by Ji Chongkong. Otherwise, it would be easier to look at them. Fatso looked for a long time, but he could not make out any Tao. He said, unhappily, "What's so good about a Tao comprehension painting? It is not a martial technique. The person who drew it is also lacking in morals. Wouldn't it be better to just draw a Tao inheritance painting?" Just as Fatso spoke, a sage sitting on the wall seemed to have felt Fatso's insult. The eyelids on the murals seemed to twitch. "What's going on?" "I just saw that person's eyelids twitch." "Did I see a ghost?" "I saw it too." Bang! A power pierced through space and time, causing everyone to feel somewhat dazed. By the time they reacted, they saw Fatty lying several hundred meters behind them. He was still tumbling and crying out in pain. "Wah! Wah! 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 The sage has appeared. A gaze from tens of thousands of years ago actually has such might. This is too horrifying. Although the sage is dead, the sage's might still exists. Even after tens of thousands of years, it is not to be blasphemed. Indeed, it looks like the monstrous Fatso is just trash in front of a sage." Xiao Chen rushed over and helped Fatso up. "Are you all right? What happened?" Fatso patted his clothes and said with lingering fear, "I saw a pair of eyes. The eyes were filled with chaos. Before I could react, I was sent flying." Chapter 117. Damn it! I don't believe that a bunch of ghosts can be so strong. Everyone get out of my way. Fatso's stubbornness suddenly flared up. He pushed the crowd aside and walked towards the stone wall. Heavenly stab! Kim Taeho opened the golden folding fan in his hand, and a golden figure of a scholar appeared behind him. A righteous aura instantly spread out. This is also the aura of a sage, an ancient sage weapon. This Fatso actually has a sage weapon as well. However, the Taoist rhyme in it doesn't seem to be complete. His sage weapon is incomplete. Even if it is incomplete, it is still very powerful. It should be able to compete with the ancient sages. Boom! Boom! The instant the righteous aura spread out, the sages on the wall seemed to come alive. A small world materialized. The crowd realized that the scenery around them had changed. It was like they were in the world of a painting. The sages in the painting all appeared around the crowd. Their overwhelming aura caused the crowd to kneel down. It was difficult for them to even speak. Someone said in fear, "Are the sages alive?" The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body surged. A vast aura was emitted from his body. Xiao Chen stood with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, comprehending the Taoist rhyme in this world. The surrounding figures disappeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. A vast and desolate land appeared in his vision. There were countless black figures standing on the ground. These figures were all emitting a black aura. There were also countless humanoid creatures standing in the sky. They covered the sky and covered the sun. It was like the end of the world. Even further in the sky, there were 18 blue dragons swimming in the sky. Their roars resounded throughout the world. In the middle of the blue dragons was a man holding a saber. The instant he appeared, the boundless aura dispersed. Even the 18 blue dragons trembled. This scene flashed by. Before Xiao Chen could see the person's appearance clearly, the scene disappeared. His vision returned to the small world. In the small world, the sage sitting on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with primal chaos. It was as if the heavens and earth had opened up, manifesting a boundless might. Fatso proudly stood there. The eyes of the figure behind him turned into a golden light as it fearlessly stared at Fatso. A loud explosion sounded out in the sky. Everyone felt dazed, and the scene before them returned to reality. When they looked at the wall, they were horrified to discover that the murals of the sages comprehending the Tao had all disappeared. What was even more bizarre was that Fatso appeared on the wall with a golden folding fan in his hand and a sinister smile on his face. Behind him, a golden figure stood behind him as if it was protecting him. Am I seeing things? Why does the person on the wall look exactly like Fatso? Damn it, there's no justice in this world. Even a saint has been beaten to the point where not even a single strand of hair is left. How monstrous is he? To think that even a saint cannot deal with him. Fatso was somewhat at a loss. He looked at the portrait on the wall, not knowing what was going on. Is this really me, the Fat Lord? Xiao Chen slowly walked over and smiled. Stop doubting it. Aside from you, who else in this world can be this flirtatious? Just by looking at this smile, I know that it is not fake. Su Xiao slowly walked over and smiled gently. There's no need to worry. The ancient holy weapon in your hand is likely a king weapon. When an even stronger sage appears, it is normal for it to erase the other auras. Furthermore, the Tao of these people were all absorbed by the holy weapon in your hand. This damaged king weapon should be able to reappear in the world one day. Fatso felt the golden folding fan in his hand. After a while, he looked at the portrait on the wall and laughed loudly. This painting is pretty good. The elegance of this fat lord is completely revealed. Isn't that right, Brother Xiao? After that, Xiao Qin muttered, if I could draw Miss Xiao and princessing you at the side, it would be perfect. Bang! Black lines appeared on Su Xiao's face. She ruthlessly smashed the heavy zither on Fatso's head. Fatso quickly explained, Miss Xiao, please calm down. This is just this fat brother's grand dream. I do not have any intention of blaspheming it. The more he explained, the more infuriated Su Xiao. Fatso quickly moved to the side. When the people at the side heard that the folding fan in Fatso's hand was actually a king weapon, they all revealed greedy gazes. When Fatso saw the situation, he said angrily, What are you looking at? If you keep looking, do you believe that this fat lord will skin you alive? Quickly, let's go. Fatso is going to pluck me again. Damn pervert. When the crowd thought of Fatso's fame and heard the threat in his words, they all dispelled their greed for the king weapon and scattered. When Fatso heard this, he was so angry that he trembled. He shouted, Who said that? Stop right there. If you have the guts, don't run. Damn it. This fat lord is not that kind of person. Xiao Chen held back his laughter and patted Fatso's shoulder. Stop shouting. They're all scared off by you. Let's go. I am not that kind of person. Xiao Chen, you have to believe me. Fatso explained loudly. It's fine. This brother understands you. Those people are not intelligent enough. They cannot understand you. The three of them continued walking forward. They discovered that although there were many cultivators who left the underground palace, there were even more cultivators who chose to stay. Not long after, they ran into the Duanmu clan's people. The Duanmu clan was a very special clan. Their clan's inherited martial spirit would only appear on women. Thus, in their clan, the men were inferior to the women. Every generation of the clan head was female. It was unique in the Great Qi nation and even in the entire continent. It was as the cultivator from earlier said, the Duanmu clan's martial saints were fighting with a figure emitting a corpse qi. A cold wind blew in the air of the battle, and the temperature was extremely cold. The surrounding cultivators stood far away, but they could feel the cold wind blowing. The cold entered their bodies, and they all circulated their essence to resist it. This battle was already nearing its end. The moment Xiao Qin arrived, he saw the black figure fall. The surrounding Duanmu clan's female martial saints placed ice on the corpse. After a while, the ice shattered, revealing a purple skeleton and a set of golden battle armor flickering with a bright yellow light. This is the corpse of an ancient martial monarch. Even the skeleton has turned purple. He is just a step away from becoming a martial sage. That battle armor is also an ancient item. Its defense must be very shocking. Although the Duanmu clan lost 2 martial saints this time, it was definitely worth it. Duanmu walked over and placed the purple skeleton and the golden battle armor into his spatial ring. After that, he led the Duanmu clan's people to a coffin at the side, expressionlessly. Duanmu picked up a yellowed book from the black coffin. He patted the dust off it and gently flipped through it. When the book opened, it gave off a faint glow. Countless golden words flew out from the book. They were densely packed together like scriptures. Unfortunately, they were all ancient words. The people present could not understand them. However, the fluctuations of the Tao on the book let them know that this was not an ordinary item. The Duanmu clan has earned big this time. They actually obtained an ancient martial technique. However, I wonder what kind of martial technique it is. Regardless of what kind of martial technique it is, a martial technique that an ancient martial monarch brought into the coffin is definitely not something that can be found on the streets. These are ancient words. Unexpectedly, I can't understand a single word. I'm going to faint. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The ancient words floating in the air were actually the traditional Chinese characters of Earth. He quickly took a closer look and imprinted all the words floating in the air into his mind. Duanmu looked at the ancient words in the air and frowned slightly. He muttered to himself, "They are actually all ancient words. I wonder if the seniors in the clan can translate them completely." Who? Just as Duanmu was about to place the ancient martial technique into his spatial ring, a blue-clothed martial saint hidden in the crowd suddenly leaped up and pounced at Duanmu. The blue-clothed martial saint grasped the timing very well. He did not make his move when Duanmu obtained the ancient martial technique, nor did he make his move in the middle. Instead, he made his move when Duanmu was about to place the ancient martial technique into the spatial ring. At this moment, the Duanmu clan had already relaxed. Duanmu took out the ancient martial technique and looked through it for a long time. Aside from wanting to take a look at it, he also had another motive. He wanted to lure out some people with ill intentions. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that no one would dare to snatch it. Who knew at the last moment a peak martial saint would suddenly appear and try to snatch it? The speed of the blue-clothed martial saint was very fast. In an instant, he arrived before Duanmu. He snatched the ancient martial technique manual from her hands and dashed forward. The surrounding cultivators all cried out in surprise. They did not expect that there would be someone who would dare to target the Duanmu clan. Although the Duanmu clan had lost 2 martial saints, they still had 6 martial saints and 10 martial grandmasters. They were not a force that a single person could deal with. Duanmu was stunned for a moment before her pretty face turned cold. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 100 degrees. A boundless cold qi pervaded the air, and the speed of the martial saint instantly slowed down. The 6 martial saints behind her also reacted. They shouted, and 6 huge icicles rose from the ground, forming a cage and trapping the blue-clothed martial saint. "Break!" The blue-clothed martial saint shouted loudly, and a qi was emitted from his body. The 6 icicles immediately shattered into countless ice shards, and the blue-clothed man broke free. However, before he could relax, another 6 icicles rose from the ground the moment he took a step out, trapping him in place once again. "Break!" The blue-clothed martial saint shouted loudly, and his qi exploded out once again. The cage shattered, and he broke free. Boom! 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 Every time the blue-clothed martial saint took a step, he would be immediately sealed in ice. Then, he would exert his strength to shatter the icicles. However, doing so exhausted a lot of essence. In the end, the time it took for him to break the icicles grew longer and longer. Initially, he only needed an instant to break the icicles. Now, he needed to take a few deep breaths before he could barely break the icicles. His forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that his essence had been exhausted to its limit. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and saw that the 6 martial saints behind Dimyuking had actually formed an invisible line of ice under their feet. There was a crystalline light flowing on the line, forming a strange formation. Chapter 118. Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. No wonder those 6 icicles appeared so quickly and neatly. It turned out that these 6 people had merged into one. They had the same martial spirit and the same attribute. When combined, their might was sufficient to shake a martial king. Ice! Duamyuking suddenly shouted, and a huge icicle appeared out of nowhere. The blue-clothed martial saint was instantly frozen in the icicle. That icicle did not explode again. Who? An ancient yellow book was tossed into the crowd. The instant the blue-clothed martial saint was sealed in ice, he had tossed out the ancient martial technique. The crowd was in complete chaos. Many cultivators started to fight over it. The scene was extremely chaotic. Duemyuking frowned and said in a cold voice, "Kill them all." After she spoke, her black hair turned white and a slender sword appeared in her hand. There was no longer any human expression in her eyes. She was like a grim reaper walking in the underworld, reaping lives. Pu Ci! There were miserable cries coming from the crowd. Duanmyuking led the 6 martial saints and 10 martial grandmasters and charged into the crowd. They killed anyone they saw, not showing any mercy. Run quickly! This group of women has gone crazy. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. There were cries of alarm from the crowd. Duamyuking's face was covered in blood. The red blood was like a beautiful flower. It gave her a strange sense of beauty, making her look extremely demonic. Who? The slender sword chopped down gently. There was no sound of wind as a martial grandmaster was chopped in half. Duanmyuking's cold face did not show any expression. He withdrew his sword and pierced it into the heart of a martial master in front of him. Duanmu Qing was like a killing machine. Her movements were extremely precise. However, she gave off a resplendent sense of beauty, like fireworks. Xiao Chen's martial techniques were not fanciful at all. They were very straightforward. Life was fleeting. It was released in an instant. This was the art of death. Cold qi spread out and an icy light flickered. The surroundings were like an ice cave. The speed of this group of cultivators was reduced to an extreme. As for the Duanmu clan's martial artists, their speed did not decrease at all. The intense battle was simply a one-sided massacre. Fatso's expression turned cold, and he said with lingering fear, "This woman is really terrifying. Not only does she not show mercy when killing people, but her expression does not change at all. Are human lives not even worth an ant in her eyes?" Su Xiaoxiao's expression was not too shocked. She sighed and said, "The Duanmu clan's princess must cultivate the profound ice incantation. The cultivator must be ruthless and heartless. Otherwise, they will never be able to reach great success. When I saw Duanmyuking in my early years, I could still see her smile." Xiao Chen was mildly astonished. There was actually such an extreme cultivation technique in this world. The cultivator had to be heartless. What kind of destruction was that? There was a trace of sympathy in his gaze as he looked at Duanmu Qing. Puchi! Duanmyuking chopped the warrior in half and slowly picked up the ancient yellow book that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, she looked in the direction of Xiao Chen and the other 2. Then, she slowly walked over to them. A cold wind blew, and the 3 of them felt a piercing chill in their hearts. "This martial technique is for you, and I'll take the spirit fox," Duanmyuking said coldly as she handed the ancient martial technique to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was saying that this person was pitiful. Was this what they meant by pitiful people are hateful? Xiao Chen rejected without hesitation. I'm sorry, Bai is not a commodity. I will not trade it with others. Is it not enough? Duan Yuking's expression turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Kim Tae-ho could not bear to watch this any longer. He said, Don't think that you are very awesome just because you dyed your hair white. Have some intelligence. That spirit fox has already signed a blood contract. It cannot be traded. Duan Yuking's gaze was still fixed on Xiao Qin. He did not bother about Fatso. However, when he heard Fatso's words, he seemed to understand something. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and the slender sword in his hand buzzed. Kim Tae-ho, return my son to me. Jiang Mingxuan's angry voice came from afar. Ji Changkong led the cultivators of the two clans over. Clearly, the intense battle earlier had attracted them over. Among the crowd, Ji Changkong stood proudly. His deep eyes were like a boundless starry sky. When one looked at them, they could not fathom their depths. It seemed like the three sage Tao attainment pictures would be of great help to him. Fatso said in a bad mood, If you want a son, go look for the child's mother. Why are you looking for this fat lord? This fat lord does not know how to give birth. Kim Tae-ho, don't go overboard. Xiao Qin said indifferently, Jiang Mingxuan is in my hands. You have found the wrong person. Ji Changkong's long hair and clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. He said in a carefree manner, Let go of my cousin and leave behind an arm. I will not kill you. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Hurried footsteps came from the distance again. Hua Yunfei led the 6 martial saints of the Hua clan over. Hua Yunfei said coldly, Xiao Qin, were you the one who killed the martial grand masters of my Hua clan? Since you killed the people of my Hua clan, you can forget about leaving this underground palace today. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the people of the 3 noble clans. Duan Yuking, Ji Changkong, and Hua Yunfei, as well as the many cultivators behind them, were all staring at him. They did not hide the dense killing intent in their eyes. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber in his hand tightly. Electricity radiated from the saber, and the might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without restraint. He smiled coldly. Aren't you trying to kill me? Why the need for so many excuses? Who will come first? Xiao Chen's head will be right here. Let's see who dares to take it. The crowd turned silent. They all knew how terrifying Xiao Chen was. If they were to fight to the death, he would definitely use a move that would end in mutual destruction. No one dared to make the first move out of fear in their hearts. The Guy Marquis Ing Xiao will take your superior's head. A golden spear appeared without any warning and pressed against Xiao Chen's chest with a bang. The clothes on his chest were immediately torn apart, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. When the spear pressed against the battle armor, it was unable to advance any further. The Guy Marquis focused and infused a golden essence into the spear. Boom! A huge force knocked Xiao Chen into the air. Bang! 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 The Guy Marquis shouted and pushed Xiao Chen back with his spear. 10 of the stone pillars in the underground palace were instantly broken. Finally, he pushed Xiao Chen against a wall with a sage's portrait on it before he stopped. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He looked at the Guy Marquis and asked suspiciously, I don't seem to have any enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? He could not understand. Duan Muking, Hua Yunfei, Ji Changkong, and the others wanted to kill him. They all had all sorts of excuses. The Guy Marquis had not even spoken a single word to him. Why did the Guy Marquis make a move against him for no reason? The Guy Marquis wore golden armor and carried a scarlet short spear on his back. His complexion was like jade, and he looked very handsome. It was as though victory had descended. The The Guy Marquis did not have any expression on his face as he said indifferently, "The ancestor left a message. Anyone who sees the Emperor Dragonchi and is not a member of the Ing clan will be killed without mercy." After the Guy Marquis spoke, the golden spear in his hand trembled. The tip of the spear pressed against Xiao Chen's battle armor. The golden light from the spear caused a small hole to appear in the battle armor. Ripples appeared on the wall behind the Guy Marquis, negating the huge force that was transmitted to the wall. Xiao Qin grasped the body of the spear, and the purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. His essence was quickly transferred to his left hand, and a resplendent electric current was emitted. It immediately traveled along the 3-meter-long golden spear to the Guy Marquis' hand. The Guy Marquis' hand went numb. After that, the electric current flowed into his body. The essence in his body instantly became chaotic, and the force of the spear weakened significantly. Chang! Xiao Qin took advantage of the opportunity to use his saber to knock the spear aside. He quickly descended from the air and swallowed a blood-replenishing pill. Then he held the lunar shadow saber and rushed at the Guy Marquis. Boom! The Guy Marquis suppressed the electric light in his body and pressed down with the spear in his hand. The wind howled, and the spear light was resplendent. It seemed like it had a boundless might. Bang! Xiao Chen dodged to the side, and the spear landed on the ground. It created a crack and sent up countless rocks. In an instant, dust and sand flew into the air. The spear swept through the air and created a crack in the flying dust. It was as though the dust was cut in half by a sharp knife. The Guy Marquis' spear was 3 meters long. In addition to the golden light on the spear, it covered a radius of 10 meters. With such a large area of effect, Xiao Chen was unable to dodge to the left or right. He could only leap into the air and dodge the spear. The Guy Marquis revealed a cold smile. He took a step back with his right foot and quickly withdrew his spear. Boom! 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 The Guy Marquis grasped the handle of the spear and exerted force with his right hand. The retracted spear was like a flood dragon as it charged forward. It roared angrily in the air at Xiao Qin. In an instant, hundreds of spear images appeared. Xiao Qin, who was in the air, looked at the dazzling golden spear images in front of him. His heart was in a mess. Every single spear image was real and contained a boundless killing intent. As long as he was struck by it, a hole would immediately appear in his body. Since he could not see through it, Xiao Qin simply closed his eyes and followed his senses to draw his saber. It was as though he was practicing chopping wood. The lunar shadow saber in his hand swung out continuously. The sound of the saber and spear clashing resounded continuously. In an instant, the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in the air. After Xiao Qin landed, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Drawing the saber!" The light of the lunar shadow saber was withdrawn, and it struck the spear at an incomparably fast speed. There was a loud and melodious sound as the spear trembled in the air. The body of the spear formed a crescent arc before bouncing back to its original position. A huge force was transmitted. The Guy Marquis' right hand, which was holding the spear, went numb. The spear in his hand nearly flew out. The Guy Marquis calmed himself and grasped the spear again. A grave look appeared in his eyes as he took a heavy step forward and swept his spear out again. With the lesson from before, Xiao Qin naturally would not jump to avoid it again. He adopted a posture of a bridge and quickly fell backward. Who? The Guy Marquis' spear brushed past Xiao Chen's face. When the spear passed by, a few strands of hair on Xiao Chen's face were immediately cut off. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to counterattack, Hua Yunfei, who was standing behind, suddenly made a move. He turned into a surging river of blood and rushed forward. Chapter 119. The Guy Marquis' gaze was like a torch as he looked coldly at Hua Yunfei, who had turned into a river of blood. He swung his spear at the river of blood with a tremendous force, like a divine dragon swinging its tail, It was unblockable. The river of blood in the air instantly stopped. Hua Yunfei revealed himself and crossed his arms to block the spear. However, the force of the spear was too great. Hua Yunfei was instantly sent flying. He slid on the ground for a few steps before he slowly stabilized himself. The Guy Marquis said coldly, "It is not up to you to make a move on the person that I, the Guy Marquis, want to kill." Under everyone's gaze, Hua Yunfei was humiliated in front of everyone. His face flushed red and a scarlet figure appeared behind him. Hua Yunfeng said in a cold voice, "Guy Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to start a war?" The Guy Marquis laughed coldly and ignored him. He turned his gaze back to Shaoqin. The 200 golden-armored warriors behind him drew their swords in an orderly manner. Accompanied by the sound of swords being drawn, a horrifying killing qi instantly spread out. The 200 golden-armored warriors that had experienced countless battles had their killing qi linked together. It was like a monstrous wave as they charged at the Hua clan. Hua Yunfei and the others felt a chill in their hearts. It was as though they were in a battlefield filled with blood. Countless cries of pain and the wails of soldiers before their deaths resounded in everyone's ears. It was very horrifying. Hua Yunfei was very anxious. However, he knew that the people he brought were not strong enough. In front of these 200 martial grandmasters, filled with horrifying killing qi, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Hua Yunfei could only snort coldly and not say anything. He stared coldly at Shaoqin, placing all the blame on Shaoqin. His resentment towards him deepened once again. Shaoqin got up and took 2 steps back. He was slightly astonished at the Guy Marquis actions. He did not expect this person to be so conceited. He was no different from the rumors. Suddenly, Ji Changkong laughed coldly and said, "What big words! Let's see what ability you have to stop me from killing this person." In the early years, Ji Changkong challenged the various young experts of the imperial capital. There were rumors that he had a secret duel with the Guy Marquis, and both of them ended in a draw. Because the Guy Marquis was 1 cultivation realm higher than Ji Changkong at that time, Ji Changkong had always been unconvinced. Now it looked like this duel was real. A black sword appeared in Ji Changkong's hand. A resplendent starry sky materialized in his eyes. It was vast, boundless, and unfathomable. His figure turned into a stream of light as he flew toward Shaoqin. The long sword in his hand danced, and starlight overflowed in all directions, dazzling. Duan Yiking's slender sword shook, bringing up countless snowflakes. Cold light flashed, cold wind blew, and at the same time it flew toward Shaoqin. Hua Yunfei snorted coldly. Seizing the opportunity, he once again transformed into a blood river and rushed toward Shaoqin. The 3 of them unleashed their killer moves from different directions, rushing toward Shaoqin. The Guy Marquis felt a chill in his heart. If the 3 of them attacked at the same time, he was not confident of blocking them. Even if he could, he would not. The Guy Marquis had never intended to let Shaoqin off. It was just that his character was like this. He did not want to borrow the hands of others. The Guy Marquis took out the scarlet short spear that he had been carrying on his back and held it in his left hand. He said indifferently, "If I, the Guy Marquis, want to kill someone, no one can kill him before me." He gave a light shout and stomped on the ground. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the ground. Then, with a loud bang, the ground exploded. He leaped forward explosively, and in an instant he had overtaken Hua Yunfei and the other 2. Immediately, Shaoqin was trapped in a desperate situation. Shaoqin was not confident of receiving any of the killing moves from the 4 of them. Furthermore, all of them were attacking him at the same time. He had a slim chance of surviving. Shaoqin leaned against the wall with the sage's image. When he saw the 4 people suddenly flying towards him, he smiled coldly to himself. He did not reveal any fear. Life bestowal spell. Shao Qin shouted and quickly took out a sculpture from the universe ring. It was a golden lion, king the size of a small mountain. Suddenly, it appeared in front of Xiao Qin. Bang! The Guy Marquis, who was the first to arrive, crashed into the Golden Lion King and was quickly knocked back. Xiao Qin flew up and stood on the Golden Lion King's back. He controlled the Golden Lion King to stomp on the ground. An intense shockwave spread out in all directions. In that instant, dust flew into the air. The huge impact of the shockwave instantly knocked Duamuking, Hua Yunfei, and Ji Chongkong into the air. When the Guy Marquis, who was knocked back, saw the Golden Lion King suddenly appear, his brain short-circuited. He did not understand what was going on. How did the Golden Holy Beast get subdued by Xiao Qin? Boom! The Golden Lion King's huge foot was like a huge stone pillar. It stomped on the Guy Marquis, who was on the ground. The Guy Marquis quickly rolled backward to dodge it. Bang! Countless rocks flew into the air, and a huge hole immediately appeared behind the Guy Marquis. The Golden Lion King's foot was like an otherworldly object. It continued to stomp on the Guy Marquis at an incomparably fast speed. The Guy Marquis was greatly astonished. How can this Golden Lion King be so fast? When I fought with it earlier, it was clearly past its prime. Its movements were extremely slow. What exactly is going on? The Guy Marquis dodged in a sorry state. In the end, he revealed an opening and was ruthlessly stomped on by the foot. Xiao Qin remained expressionless as he controlled the Golden Lion King to stomp on the ground. Bang! 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 A deep hole appeared in the ground. The Guy Marquis landed at the bottom of the hole. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. His 200 golden armored guards immediately surrounded Xiao Qin and attacked him. Xiao Qin controlled the Golden Lion King to advance ferociously, crushing everything in its path. No one could stop it. Xiao Qin used the life bestowal spell to create the Golden Lion King. Its speed and strength were not something that the Golden Lion King that was past its prime could compare to. The Golden Lion King charged at a ferocious tiger, pouncing left and right. Its mountain-like body continuously stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Miserable cries resounded. Those golden armored guards were trampled into meat paste. They were utterly defeated. When the 6 Duanmu clan martial saints saw the situation, they sent out an extremely cold qi at Xiao Qin. Everywhere the cold qi passed, even the air froze. Countless tiny ice beads appeared and fell down continuously like hail. Pu Ci! The Golden Lion King spat out a dazzling golden flame from its mouth. The cold qi immediately turned into water vapor and disappeared. However, the flame continued flying towards the 6 martial saints. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the 6 Duanmu clan martial saints were blown away. They vomited a large mouthful of blood as they looked at Xiao Qin in horror. Boom! The 6 Hua clan martial saints split up and sent out a surging holy river. Dragon turtles, thornfish, and all sorts of immortal beasts could be seen swimming in the holy river. A holy might spread out, boundless and boundless. It was like it wanted to wash away all the evil in the world. Xiao Qin looked coldly at the surging holy river. He gently pushed off the ground, and the Golden Lion King sprinted forward at lightning speed. The ground trembled continuously. The stone pillars and walls in the way shattered upon impact. Roar! When it arrived in front of the holy river, the Golden Lion King suddenly let out a loud roar. The sound wave spread in all directions. Countless stone walls were crushed into powder. The unceasing flow of the majestic holy river was swept up into the sky by the roar. After a short moment, it flowed backwards. Impossible! The 6 Hua clan martial saints cried out in shock. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Rumble. The holy river flowed on the 6 of them, giving off a zizi sound. When the holy river disappeared, the 6 martial saints turned pale. All the clothes on their bodies disappeared, and their bodies became thinner. A pure white space appeared on the ground, without a speck of dust. "I'll kill you!" Hua Yunfei's eyes turned scarlet, and a scarlet sword appeared in his hand. A man in scarlet clothes stood behind him. A boundless evil aura was emitted from the scarlet-clothed man. Occasionally, the corpses of all sorts of strong creatures would appear beside him. They were faintly discernible, looking very horrifying. Boom! A scarlet sword light shot out from the sword. A huge hole appeared in the ceiling of the underground palace. Countless rocks fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Bloody death under heaven. Die! Hua Yunfei shouted, and the sword light hacked down at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's face was indifferent as he shouted. The Golden Lion King's golden horn suddenly released a resplendent golden light. The golden light collided with the blood-red light, causing a deafening explosion. In the end, the blood-red sword light disappeared, and the golden light shot up into the sky, creating a small hole in the mountain wall above the underground palace. A ray of sunlight shone down from above. This golden light actually pierced through the walls of the underground palace. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how powerful was it to be able to do such a thing? A huge ice bird appeared. It screeched in the air and flew at Xiao Chen with boundless cold qi. A boundless flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Finally, the boundless flame turned into a purple light and shot out a purple light. When the ice bird was struck by the purple light, it immediately burst into flames. It cried out miserably in pain. The ice bird screeched and flew at Xiao Qin, carrying the flames. The ice on its body melted continuously. When it reached Xiao Qin, it completely disappeared. Astral Swordplay's third move, Eternal Light. When Ji Changkong felt the horrifying aura of the Golden Lion King, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his strongest attack. A resplendent starry sky appeared behind him. Amidst the boundless river of stars, one of Ji Changkong's fated stars suddenly lit up with a dazzling pillar of light. It rushed to the sky and broke through the 1,000-meter-tall hill above the underground palace. It flew towards the boundless universe and arrived at the other side of the starry sky. The dark underground palace was illuminated like it was daytime. At this moment, the light was eternal. The starry sky was resplendent. Pu-si-ai! The light suddenly flashed, and the underground palace was instantly plunged into darkness. In the next moment, his black sword lit up with a boundless, resplendent light. It was so dazzling that countless people lost sleep temporarily. The eternal light from the starry sky rushed at Xiao Qin. It streaked across the darkness like an aurora. It seemed like even the night was split in half by it. The Golden Lion King opened its huge mouth, and a huge suction force came from it. The starry sky behind Ji Changkong was strangely swallowed up. The mysterious phenomenon was broken, and Ji Changkong vomited a mouthful of blood. The eternal light was completely extinguished. That is Xiao Qin. Why is he fighting with the people of the 4 great clans? Furthermore, he is not at a disadvantage. Chapter 120. He actually blocked Hua Yunfei's bloody death under heaven, Duamiking's ice phoenix spreading wings, and Ji Changkong's eternal light. This is too incredible. What's going on? I clearly saw them kill that Golden Lion King. Why is it alive now? Furthermore, its strength has recovered to its peak. No wonder he dares to challenge the people of the 4 great clans. A golden holy beast at its peak is equivalent to a superior grade martial king. If the 4 great clans had a martial king, this situation would not have happened. Do you know what a martial king is? When the 10 martial monarchs do not appear, a martial king is the strongest existence. How could they appear so casually? Furthermore, the shockwaves from a battle between martial kings are too wide. Even a martial saint might not be able to withstand it. Such an earth-shattering battle had attracted all the cultivators in the underground palace. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. Xiao Chun controlled the Golden Lion King and rushed over to Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiao. He shouted, "Come up!" Fatso and Su Xiao quickly flew up. Xiao Chun swallowed another qi returning pill. This was already his third qi returning pill. However, the essence in his body continued to drain like water, quickly depleting. Controlling the Golden Lion King exhausted a lot of essence. It far exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. If it were not for the qi returning pill, he would not have been able to control the Golden Lion King long ago. When Su Xiao saw Xiao Chen's pale complexion, she asked worriedly, "Young Master Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "I'm fine. I can still hold on. Stand firm. I'm going to charge out." Xiao Chun roared, and the Golden Lion King under his feet sprinted forward. Its mountain-like body rumbled as it moved forward. Anything in its way would be knocked away. Pu Ci, the Guy Marquis, jumped out of the huge pit. His eyes lit up. A golden dragon rose up from behind him. It roared and released a vast dragon might. He swung the spear in his hand, and the golden dragon attached itself to the spear. It roared angrily at Xiao Chen. The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's dantian roared. The might of an ancient, holy beast burst out. Xiao Chen took advantage of this aura and swung his saber. He knocked away the Guy Marquis spear with a kung chong sound. Hua Yunfei looked at the distant Xiao Chen and said loudly, "Xiao Chen, you can escape today, but you cannot escape forever. The Hua clan will issue a kill order in the Dongming province. There will be no place for you in the Dongming province." Ji Changkong said coldly, "From today onwards, there will be no place for you in the Nanling province." The Guy Marquis said loudly, "I use the name of the royal clan to issue a kill order. From today onwards, there will be no place for you in this world." The crowd was shocked. The three noble clans had issued a kill order for the same person. In the history of the Great Qi nation, this had never happened before. Xiao Chen was the first in 1,000 years. However, this was not a good thing. If he was wanted by the three noble clans, he would have a slim chance of survival. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He tossed Jiang Muheng, who was in the universe ring, into the sky. He shot out a strand of purple flame and instantly burned him to ashes. "Muheng!" Jiang Muheng shouted with a pained expression when he saw Jiang Muheng turn into ashes. Ji Changkong's complexion was pale. He looked at his cousin, who had suddenly died. He said coldly, "If I, Ji Changkong, cannot kill you with my own hands, I am not human. There is no need for you to kill me. If it were not for the heavens allowing me to awaken my martial spirit at the age of 15, I would not have fled in such a sorry state today. I only need 3 years. Give me 3 years, and I will personally kill my way to your clans. Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, Ji Changkong, Guy Marquis, guard your heads properly. 3 years from now, I will come and take them." Xiao Chen's voice came from afar, reverberating in everyone's ears. 3 years from now, I will personally kill my way to your clans. This person is really insolent. He actually dares to challenge the noble clans alone. Those are existences that have existed for thousands of years. 3 years is too long. I don't know if he can live until that year. If he really can live until that year with his talent, he will definitely surprise everyone. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since our Dongming province was so lively. Even the Shiha province's Mu Qingxiue is not as bold as this person. The crowd discussed with each other, feeling that it was inconceivable. Some felt pity for Xiao Chen, while others mocked Xiao Chen for overestimating himself. There were all kinds of people here. On top of a stone pillar in the distance, Chu Chaoyan stood quietly. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he appeared very calm. He hid himself in the darkness and looked in the direction Xiao left in. He revealed a faint smile. The holy weapon on his back trembled continuously, as though it would be drawn at any moment and cut through the boundless darkness. Blue Dragon, I wonder if you can still give me a pleasant surprise after 1,000 years. Xiao Chun rode on the Golden Lion King as he ran wildly. It was unknown how many stone walls he broke and how many stone pillars he broke. Along the way, no one could stop him. When he arrived at an underground river, he finally stopped. Boom! The essence in Xiao Chen's body was completely exhausted, and the Golden Lion King instantly turned into a golden statue. The three of them quickly descended from the sky. After Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho panicked for a moment, they immediately calmed down and landed steadily. On the contrary, Xiao Chun was like a kite with a broken string. He fell from the sky shakily, without any center of gravity. When Su Xiaoxiao saw the situation, she quickly got up and caught Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale. He thanked her softly and staggered to his feet. After that, he caught the falling statue. The statue was already covered in cracks. If it fell, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Seeing that the cracks on the statue were still expanding, Xiao Chun drew his saber and cut his right palm. Under the astonished gazes of Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao, he continuously poured his blood into the statue. The golden statue seemed to have some sort of magical power. It continuously absorbed Xiao Chen's blood. The cracks on the statue started to slowly close up. When the cracks finally closed up, Xiao Chen relaxed. He revealed a faint smile and fainted. Back at the underground palace, the noble clans were not in a rush to leave. There were too many injured people. At this moment, they were all looking for treatment and recovering their essence. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Before we even see the golden body of a sage, we have already suffered heavy casualties. Why don't we work together to explore it? Ji Changkong, who was sitting on the ground, said slowly. His mysterious phenomenon had been broken, and he had just swallowed a medicinal pill and was currently refining it. In the earlier battle, the noble clans had suffered heavy casualties. A third of the Guy Marquis's 200 golden guards had died. There were less than 100 who could still fight. The 6 martial saints of the Hua Yunfei clan had all suffered from the backflow of the Holy River. They did not even have any clothes left. They all covered their lower bodies and hid in the dark. Hua Yunfei had a sullen expression as he went to borrow clothes. The 6 martial saints of the Duanmu clan were also significantly injured. At this moment, they were sitting in meditation to recover. The only ones who did not suffer heavy losses were the Ji clan and the Jiang clan. At this moment, it was most appropriate for Ji Changkong to make this suggestion. When Hua Yunfei heard this, his expression turned cold. He had a grudge with Ji Changkong long ago. Based on his words, it was clear that he wanted to lead everyone here. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. Ji Changkong, do you think you can lead everyone here? You can't even defeat a superior grade martial master. Are you not embarrassed? Ji Changkong stood up. The medicinal energy in his body had completely permeated into his body. His complexion looked much better. He took a glance at the clothes in Hua Yunfei's hands and mocked. At least it is better than the people of a certain clan who like to strip. I see that the clothes in your hands seem to be lacking. Do you want me to lend you a few? When many cultivators heard this, they looked at the Hua clan martial saints in the dark with their heads lowered. They could not help but laugh softly. Hua Yunfei was so angry that his face turned red. He snorted coldly and left. Duan Yuking looked at the 6 martial saints who were still treating their injuries. He said indifferently, the Duanmu clan agrees with Ji Changkong's suggestion. After the Guy Marquis collected all the armors of the golden armored warriors that died in battle, he buried this person. He walked over and said simply, agreed. Hua Yunfei brought the 6 martial saints who were dressed and walked over. Although his expression was unfriendly, he still said, agreed. However, what I want to say is that if we obtain any treasures, we should split them according to the clan and not the number of people. Furthermore, the Jiang clan and the Ji clan should be considered one clan. Jiang Mingxuan said angrily, Hua Yunfei, what do you mean by this? Do you want to fight it out and see who is stronger? After Jiang Mingxuan spoke, the 6 martial saints and 20-odd martial grandmasters behind him all stepped forward. With Hua Yunfei's current strength, he would be at a disadvantage if they really fought. Ji Changkong smiled faintly and pulled Jiang Mingxuan behind him. He said, The Jiang clan is indeed different from all of you in terms of status. However, their strength should not be too far off. How about we be considered half a clan? Although he wanted to consider the Jiang clan as one clan, the other clans agreed with the meaning behind Hua Yunfei's words. They would not let Ji Changkong take advantage of them. Both sides took a step back. No one had any objections to such an arrangement. After resting for a while, they officially set off. When the idol cultivators saw the situation, they all sighed. With the big powers working together, they basically had no chance. The group of people walked a few steps and came across another black coffin. They started to discuss whether to open it or not. Finally, the Guy Marquis said, I have already opened several coffins of this shape. They were all the places where martial monarchs passed away. Although the value is high, considering the risks involved, it is not worth it. Let's just look for the coffin of a sage. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was reasonable. The noble clans had also opened such coffins before. They knew that it was only an ancient martial monarch. Now that the strength of the various clans had been damaged, there was no need to waste their strength on such a small obstacle. Along the way, they came across countless black coffins. However, they were all abandoned by the group. After walking for 2 hours, a river filled with a black chi appeared in front of them. The sound of gushing water could be heard continuously. The black chi on the surface of the river was very strange. Ji Changkong opened his hand and sucked in a strand of the black chi. He placed it on his palm and observed it carefully. That strand of black chi continuously moved around Ji Changkong's palm, trying to penetrate his skin. It seemed like it had a life of its own. However, there seemed to be a formless barrier on Ji Changkong's palm. No matter what it did, it could not enter. Chapter 121. Who? The black gas suddenly flew up and entered the body of a martial grandmaster of the Jiang family. The martial grandmaster was caught off guard, and the black gas entered his body. Ah! The martial grandmaster cried out miserably. His skin instantly turned black, and his body trembled on the ground. His eyes bulged out like he was possessed. Bang! Jiang Mingxuan decisively drew his saber and chopped this martial grandmaster in half. The corpse that was chopped in half struggled on the ground, trying to merge back together. Duan Muking sent out a strand of ice to freeze it completely before it stopped moving. This is demonic energy. The black surface is filled with demonic energy. This is a genuine demonic river. Jiang Mingxuan looked at the river beside him and said with slight fear, I've lived for so long, but I've never seen so much demonic chi. Devil chi? The cultivators from the great families all sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts filled with shock. Many of them had once gone to the monster beast land to temper themselves, so they had some understanding of demon chi. However, they had never ventured deep into the core area, so they had never seen the so-called demon chi with their own eyes. For example, if this long river that led to nowhere was filled with black chi that was all demonic chi, then when the amount accumulated, it would be terrifying. Perhaps even the 7 great forbidden lands of the continent would not be able to compare to it. After the Guy Marquis muttered to himself for a while, he said, The situation here is more complicated than I imagined. With so much demonic chi, there must be a spatial crack that leads to the deep abyss demonic world that is not sealed. We should quickly report this to the 3 holy lands. Otherwise, there will be unimaginable consequences. Hua Yunfei shook his head and said, I don't think so. This is the place where the ancient great sage passed away. How could there be such a large spatial rift? This river also appeared in ancient times. I think the spatial rift is definitely not big. It's just that too much time has passed and it has accumulated to such a terrifying realm. Ji Changkong said very strangely, I agree with Hua Yunfei's opinion. If there was a large spatial crack, the 3 holy lands would definitely have discovered it. I heard that every holy land has a treasure mirror for monitoring spatial cracks. There's no way they would not have discovered this place. Immediately, everyone started arguing about the origin of the demonic river and whether there was a large spatial crack. The older cultivators were more inclined towards the Guy Marquis' opinion. The younger cultivators were more willing to take the risk and did not want to leave so easily. Chi, 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 chi. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, splashes suddenly appeared on the surface of the black water. Bats with black chi on their bodies leaped out of the water and flew toward the crowd. All martial grandmasters moved back. The demonic chi on this demonic beast is too heavy, Ji Changkong shouted with a frown. Chi. A martial grand master retreated too late and was bitten by this bat-type demonic beast. He was instantly demonized, and his entire body emitted a black aura as he charged at the people beside him. All of you focus on demonic grandmaster, demonic master, demonic martial master, demonic master who was Dao, family formation. Master of Qi, he said. Dragon master of demonic Dao. Dao master family, first move of the star. Star. A boundless river of stars appeared behind Ji Changkong. His sword flickered with starlight. When the bats in the air touched the light, they were immediately blasted into pieces. The Guy Marquis and his subordinates immediately killed the people of the noble clans. Everyone attacked without holding anything back. After a while, countless demonic beast corpses appeared on the ground. This sudden battle did not last long before it ended. However, everyone felt fear in their hearts. It was like a huge battle had just taken place. Suddenly, Duemyking said, although the demonic chi on this demonic beast is very dense, it is not that strong. I believe there are no large spatial tears here. Indeed, if there were large spatial tears, the demonic beasts that jumped out would be at least rank 6 demonic beasts based on the demonic chi. They would not be as weak as they were now. Everyone agreed with Duemyking's point of view. After they counted the dead, they set off again. Surprisingly, no demonic beasts suddenly jumped out. After walking for 4 hours, the crowd followed the black river downstream. They were blocked by a mountain wall. The river flowed through a cave at the bottom of the mountain wall, flowing to an unknown place. Just as everyone was feeling dispirited and could not find their way, a cultivator pointed to the opposite side and shouted, "Quick, look! There seems to be a stone platform." Ji Changkong looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed, he saw a stone platform. The stone platform did not look very tall. There were steps on all 4 sides. There seemed to be something emitting a faint light at the top of the stone platform. The sage coffin might be there. It must be there. I can feel the sage's righteous qi, Hua Yunfei exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Everyone started to discuss how to cross the river. The river was only a few meters wide. Not everyone could fly across it. Even martial saints did not dare to casually touch the demonic qi on the river. Finally, the 6 Hua clan martial saints worked together and sent out a surging holy river. It rushed into the river and cleansed the water. Then the Duanmu clan martial saints made their move and quickly froze it. The group of cultivators stepped on the ice and quickly rushed to the other side, heading towards the stone platform. The stone platform did not look very far, but it took them an hour to reach it. Originally, the stone platform did not seem very tall to them. Now that they stood in front of it, they realized how wrong they were. This stone platform was actually 1,000 meters tall. There were steps in front of them. They could not see the end. It was like a path to the heavens. That's right, it must be here. This is a small world materialized by the sage, an old man said excitedly as he looked at the towering stone platform. When everyone heard this, they were startled. When they saw the 1,000-meter tall stone platform, they suddenly came to their senses. If this place did not materialize a small world, this stone platform would have pierced through the mountain slope above the underground palace. Hua Yunfei's face lit up with joy. He said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." After he spoke, he took the lead and headed for the stone steps that seemed to lead to the heavens. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The disciples of the noble clans did not want to fall behind. After climbing the 10-odd steps, everyone felt that something was wrong. They felt the force on their legs getting heavier. Every step they took was extremely strenuous. Ji Changkong stopped and closed his eyes to carefully feel his body. When he raised his leg into the air, there was no resistance. However, when he landed on the stone steps, he immediately felt some of his strength being drained away. After a while, Ji Changkong opened his eyes and said, "Something is wrong with this place. Every time we climb a step, we have to absorb some essence. At first, I did not think it was a big deal. However, the more we climb, the more obvious it becomes." When everyone heard this, they stopped as well. After they carefully felt their bodies, they were all astonished. They looked up at the seemingly endless stone steps. Who could reach the top of such a long path? Hua Yunfei said, "We are already at the final step. We cannot just give up. At most, we can just leave when our essence is about to run out." Ji Changkong revealed a bitter smile and said, "That is the problem. Try walking back now. Just one step will do." When a martial Grand Master heard his words, he tried walking down. The moment he took a step, he felt a large amount of essence being drained away. He started to feel panic in his heart. He wanted to escape this place. He took a deep breath and prepared to jump down. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, they saw this person's body slowly withering in the air. When he finally landed on the ground, he had turned into a white skeleton. All the flesh on his body had disappeared. What is going on? Why is his life force being drained so much? Is this stone platform a demon? A martial Grand Master of the Jiang clan said in fear as his entire body trembled. The disciples of the noble clans all turned pale. They did not expect the stone platform to be so horrifying. Is this really the legendary path to heaven? As the saying goes, ascending to heaven is difficult. Is it even more difficult to descend? Ji Changkong frowned and said, "Martial Grand Masters, if you do not have an inherited martial spirit, you can leave now. Do not jump down from the sky. There is no chance of survival." Soon, all the martial Grand Masters started to slowly walk down. There were only about 10 steps, but it felt like they were thousands of meters long. Bang! When a martial Grand Master reached the 3rd step from the bottom, he could no longer hold on. He turned into a pile of white bones with a bang and fell to the ground. The people at the side were terrified. Some of them could not help but jump down when they saw that there were only 2 steps left. In the end, they exploded into pieces. When all the martial Grand Masters reached the bottom of the stone platform, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly sat on the ground and sat down cross-legged to recover their essence. Aside from the noble clan's heirs, the rest of the people standing on the stone steps were all martial saints. The Guy Marquis looked at the top of the stone platform and muttered, "There are at least 10,000 steps. Even if we can go up, how will we be able to walk down?" These words were like a barrier in everyone's heart. No matter what, they could not get over it. Up until now, they had not exhausted much essence. However, when they thought of the higher they went, the more essence they would exhaust when they came down. The shadow of death lingered over everyone's heads. Ji Changkong said indifferently, 8,000 years ago, after the Thunder King disappeared, the great Qin nation never had an Emperor Wu again. We do not even know if there was a martial sage. Now a great opportunity is placed in front of us. Although there is a slim chance of survival, it does not mean that there will be no chance of survival. Since ancient times, there has never been a martial emperor who succeeded without a hitch. After Ji Changkong spoke, he took the lead and walked up. The people here were all geniuses. No one was willing to be someone else's stepping stone. They did not hesitate to follow. Along the way, the crowd saw many white bones on the stone steps. The higher they went, the more bones there were. The stone steps were filled with white bones. The crowd had no way of avoiding them. They could only step on the white bones and continue forward. As they continued forward, purple skeletons started to appear on the bones on the stone steps. The crowd said in astonishment, "These are martial monarch experts. How many experts are buried on these stone steps? Even martial monarchs cannot escape the fate of death?" Chapter 122. Ji Changkong did not say anything and continued walking forward. The crowd slowly followed behind him. They had already fallen to such a state, there was no way out for them. Suddenly, a martial saint of the Jiang clan said in astonishment, "There seems to be a person in front." Everyone looked up carefully. There seemed to be a vague figure standing on about 100 steps in front, his back facing them. How could there be someone here? The entrance to the underground palace was clearly opened by the Duanmu clan. Aside from that, there should be no other entrance. How did this person come in? Furthermore, he was in front of them. The more they thought about it, the stranger they felt. Ji Changkong grasped the sword in his hand, and a resplendent starry sky appeared in his eyes. A boundless river of stars brewed in his body, ready to make a move at any time. The people behind him also tensed up, storing up power and waiting for an opportunity. When everyone saw the figure's appearance, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a headless corpse with a long sword on his back. There were piles of white bones under his feet, and there were even a few purple skeletons. However, he still stood there proudly. It was unknown how many years had passed. His body gave off the aura of the cycle of time. A faint pressure spread out into the surroundings. The starry sky in Ji Changkong's eyes disappeared. He said with some astonishment, "This is the corpse of a martial sage. Looking at his clothes, he should not be from the ancient era. Even a martial sage died here. What exactly is the origin of this stone platform?" A martial saint exclaimed in horror. A martial sage was someone who could split the mountains and split the earth, move the mountains and drain the seas. Ji Changkong shook his head and said, "Don't overthink it. This martial sage was obviously killed by someone. He did not die on these stone steps. Otherwise, his corpse would have turned into a pile of white bones long ago." Just at this moment, Hua Yunfei suddenly walked over to the corpse with an excited expression. He looked at the symbol of the holy river on the collar of the corpse's clothes and said loudly, "This is a senior of my Hua clan." After Hua Yunfei spoke, he looked around the corpse carefully. He pushed aside a pile of bones and saw a row of small words on the stone steps. He read it out in a low voice. "Hua Tianyu stops here. If any Hua clan descendant comes looking for you, please leave quickly." Hua Tianyu, isn't that the third patriarch of the Hua clan? Legend has it that the Hua family's most talented family had disappeared in his later years. Some people guessed that he had advanced to the level of Emperor Wu. Who would have thought that he would actually die here? Someone said in surprise. Hua Yunfei said calmly, "This corpse belongs to an ancestor of my Hua clan. I don't think you will fight with me over his belongings." After he spoke, he prepared to retrieve Hua Tianyu's spatial ring. The spatial ring of a martial sage would definitely contain valuable treasures. Hu Qi, a black sword, was placed horizontally in front of him. Ji Changkong smiled coldly. "Hua Yunfei, have you forgotten what you said so quickly? If we find the treasure, no matter what, we will have to share it according to the family. You won't go back on your word, right?" Hua Yunfei's expression turned cold. "What do you mean by this? This is my Hua clan's clan head. His belongings belong to my Hua clan in the first place. Why should I share it with you? Jiang Mingxuan snorted coldly. This is an ownerless corpse. It has already been 1,000 years. He died in the wilderness. He is a secret treasure in itself. Everyone worked hard for us to reach this place. Why should your Hua clan benefit so easily? The people of the other noble clans did not want the Hua clan to benefit so easily. Logically speaking, this corpse did belong to the Hua clan. However, in the face of true benefits, who would reason with you? Hua Yunfei was unable to suppress everyone, so he could not stop the greed of others. Hua Yunfei was so angry that he laughed. He said good 3 times, Ji Changkong, I will remember you. Also, Jiang Mingxuan, don't think that the Ji clan can protect you forever. Xiao Qin pushed aside the sword in front of him and removed Hua Tianyu's spatial ring. With a thought, he poured out everything inside. Hualala! A large pile of things fell out. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, martial techniques, battle armor. They covered the entire stone steps. The large pile of spirit stones was especially eye-catching. In this large pile of inferior-grade spirit stones, the crowd even saw a few medial-grade spirit stones. These were true treasures. The disciples of the noble clans all had some inferior-grade spirit stones on them. However, it was impossible for them to have medial-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were natural ores. The spiritual energy they contained was not only pure, but also large in quantity. To a low-ranked cultivator, it could raise their cultivation by a small realm. To a high-ranked cultivator, it could quickly replenish their exhausted essence. However, there were very few spirit mines in the great Qi nation. Every noble clan only controlled 1 or 2 mines. Furthermore, they were not good quality mines. It was impossible for them to produce superior grade spirit stones. Even medial grade spirit stones were rare. Ji Changkong smiled faintly. Brother Hua, that's right. With these spirit stones, there will be more hope for everyone to reach the peak of the stone platform. After Ji Changkong spoke, he lowered his head to the ground and sorted out the things that came out of the spatial ring. Suddenly, he saw a broken sword. He smiled and said, Brother Hua, there is no need to split this sword. You can keep it. This should be a damaged holy weapon. If you can repair it completely, then, Brother Hua, you will benefit greatly. Hua Yunfei casually tossed the broken sword that Ji Changkong handed over. He said angrily, Ji Changkong, don't go overboard. Ji Changkong smiled gently and said indifferently, Don't be angry, Brother Hua. I have already sorted out the things for you. There is a total of 10 medial grade spirit stones, about 100 inferior grade spirit stones, 3 earth ranked martial techniques, 3 earth ranked spirit weapons, 1 earth ranked battle armor, and 5 bottles of all sorts of rank 6 medicinal pills. Everyone was astonished. The things that a martial sage carried were indeed horrifying. The value of these things added together was more than what the Jiang clan had accumulated over hundreds of years. Ji Changkong took out the martial techniques and handed them to Hua Yunfei. This is your Hua clan's martial techniques. Naturally, there is no reason for it to be leaked to the outer sect. Keep it properly and I will not be counted. Hua Yunfei's expression was sullen as he held the martial techniques in his hand. He did not say anything. Anyone who saw their clan head's treasures being split by an outsider would not be in a good mood. Under the gloomy expressions of the Hua clan's people, the group of people did not spend much time splitting the things on the ground. Although the items in Hua Tianyu's spatial ring were very precious, the most eye-catching were the 10 medial grade spirit stones. The other things were treasures to some of the smaller clans. However, to the noble clans they were not rare. Only the medial grade spirit stones were the rarest. In times of need, they could even save the life of the holder. In the end, the Hua clan obtained 3 medial grade spirit stones. The other 3 noble clans obtained 2 each. Because of Ji Changkong, the Jiang clan obtained 1 as well. After the distribution was completed, The group continued on their way, stepping over Hua Tianyu's corpse. As they advanced, they felt that every step was incomparably difficult. The essence in their bodies was drained even more intensely. The corpses on the stone steps were even more horrifying. There were no longer any white skeletons. They were all purple martial monarchs. The rows of them caused everyone to tremble in fear. After climbing another 100 steps, the group actually saw another corpse standing in front of them. The aura of this corpse was even denser than Hua Tianyu's. Even though this corpse had been dead for an unknown number of years, the group still felt pressure. "This is one of the clan heads of my Ji clan," Ji Changkong suddenly said excitedly. The head of this corpse had been chopped off as well. However, the clothes the corpse wore revealed the identity of this person. Ji Changkong started to dig up the skeletons on the ground with all his might. A row of small words appeared before his eyes. He read it out in a low voice. "Ji Haoyun, stop here. If any Ji clan descendant comes, please leave quickly." Ji Haoyun was also a genius clan head of the Ji clan. Back then, he already had one foot in the realm of Emperor Wu. He was from the same generation as Hua Tianyu. However, Ji Haoyun did not expect him to end up here as well. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Ji Changkong, you did not expect such a scene, right?" He took a big step forward and pushed Ji Changkong to the side. Ji Changkong glared at him angrily. "Hua Yunfei, what are you trying to do?" Ji Changkong had been stuck at the peak of martial grandmaster for many years. Earlier, when he saw the sage Tao attainment diagram, he instantly comprehended it and broke through to martial saint. At this moment, he did not care about Hua Yunfei at all. Hua Yunfei smiled coldly. "If you do not hand over all the treasures of this person, I, Hua Yunfei, will fight with my life on the line. There is no need for everyone to go up." Ji Changkong laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, "Hua Yunfei, are you seeking death?" The 6 martial saints of the Jiang clan and 7 martial saints of the Ji clan behind him all stepped forward. They looked at Hua Yunfei with killing intent. Hua Yunfei led the 6 martial saints behind him and looked at Ji Changkong fearlessly. There was no intention of backing down in his gaze. The atmosphere immediately became very tense. A huge battle was about to break out at any moment. Duan Miking suddenly said, "I feel that this place is not simple. If we continue forward, we will definitely see the corpses of the martial sages of the various noble clans." When Ji Changkong heard this, he was startled. He turned around and looked at the endless steps in front of him. Countless stars appeared in his eyes, and a boundless river of stars appeared behind him. Astral swordplay, eternal light. Ji Changkong shouted, and one of his faded stars in the boundless river of stars suddenly lit up. A resplendent light rushed to the sky. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The light flickered, and Ji Changkong pointed the sword in his hand forward. A blinding white light shot up to the stone steps. In an instant, the scene in front appeared before everyone's eyes. Chi! Everyone took a deep breath. The stone steps were filled with white bones. They were densely packed together, dazzling everyone's eyes. There was a headless corpse standing at regular intervals on the stone steps. Everyone felt their hearts go numb. The sight of headless martial sages standing in front of them was too shocking. How could there be so many headless corpses? No one would find it strange if there were only 1 or 2. However, there were so many headless corpses. This was startling. These were bona fide martial sages. Splitting mountains and rocks, overturning rivers and seas would be as easy as flipping their hands. How could someone chop off all their heads? On the other side of the stone steps, Chu Chaoyun carried his sword on his back and slowly walked up the stone steps. The holy weapon behind him gave off a faint light, making it seem like he was walking on flat ground. He walked leisurely and very relaxed. Chapter 123. When Chu Chaoyun saw the blazing light soaring into the sky, he stopped. After a pause, he smiled gently. What a powerful martial technique. Unfortunately, it is useless after we go up. Beside the Ink River, Xiao Qin slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the worried expressions of Su Xiao and Kim Tae-ho. His heart warmed slightly as he smiled faintly. "Thank you!" Su Xiao said, "Are you all right? Earlier, you suddenly fell down and startled us." Kim Tae-ho's eyes lit up as he ran over. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, I saw you carving that golden lion horn earlier. Can this secret treasure of yours be mass-produced?" This fatso was really greedy for money. Xiao Qin got up and ignored him. He checked his body and discovered that there were no major problems. It was just that he had exhausted too much essence. He asked, "How long have I been unconscious? Did that group of people chase after us?" Su Xiao replied, "It has been about 2 hours. The noble clans did not chase after us. Debeo saw them heading downstream and was discussing whether to follow them or not." Xiao Qin stretched his legs and felt that there were no problems with his body. He said indifferently, "Follow them. The golden coffin of the sage has not been found yet. If we do not go, we will have made this trip for nothing." Fatso laughed loudly. "I knew that Brother Xiao would follow them. Actually, I already scouted the path." They followed the river downstream. Finally, they crossed the river and reached a stone platform a kilometer tall. I also saw that brat Chu Chaoyan. He was acting sneakily by himself. He was not with those people. On the stone platform a kilometer tall, Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He thought to himself, if Fatso did not see wrong, that was definitely a materialization of the sage. Otherwise, such a situation would not occur. Furthermore, there was Chu Chaoyan. From the moment he appeared, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. The others came with great fanfare. However, he came alone. Xiao Qin shook his head and collected his thoughts. "Let's go. If we don't leave now, it will really be too late." The group quickly moved forward and soon arrived at the place where the various clans had killed the bat-like demonic beasts. Looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts, Xiao Qin stopped. The lunar shadow saber slowly picked up the corpse of a demonic beast. Xiao Qin thought for a while and walked to the riverside. When he saw the black chi on the surface of the river, he was astonished. The river was actually filled with dense demonic chi. How could there be so much demonic chi gathering in the sage's ruins? Was this the sage's ruins or the demon's ruins? Xiao Qin thought suspiciously. He felt that there was something wrong with the appearance of the sage's ruins. "Mr. Xiao, what are you thinking about?" Su Xiao saw Xiao Qin looking at the river without saying anything, so she asked curiously. Xiao Qin came back to his senses and smiled faintly. "It's fine. Let's go." The three of them continued forward. They all used their movement techniques and ran quickly along the riverside. What astonished Xiao Qin was that Fatso was using some unknown movement technique. His plump body was actually not slower than Xiao Qin's. Seeing Xiao Qin looking at him in astonishment, Fatso opened his folding fan and smiled proudly. Xiao Qin could not bear to see Fatso being cocky, so he quickly turned his face away. "We have arrived. The stone platform is on the other side of the river. Once we cross the river, we will fall." When they reached the stone wall, Fatso stopped. He pointed to a stone platform on the other side and said, "They should have already gone up." Xiao Qin looked at the surface of the river filled with demonic chi and said, "We cannot go over directly. This black chi is all demonic chi. If we touch it, we might be demonized." After he spoke, he took out a jade bottle from the universe ring. Like the universe ring, this jade bottle was a very low-level space treasure. The space inside was very large, but it could only hold liquids and gases. Xiao Qin had made it when he was bored when he came to White Water City. He pointed the jade bottle at the surface of the river. Under the astonished gazes of Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiao, the black river began to churn. The demonic chi on the surface of the black river was all absorbed. After a long time, a surface without demonic chi appeared on the surface of the Black River. Xiao Qin put away the jade bottle and quickly said, "Let's go over." He used the gravity spell and flew over. Fatso and Su Xiao stepped on the surface of the water and flew to the other side. After they reached the shore, Fatso immediately came over and smiled at Xiao Qin. He said, "Brother Xiao, what was that? Can I take a look at it?" Xiao Qin did not reject him. This jade bottle was not a treasure, and its uses were limited. It was just something he made when he was bored. The workmanship could even be said to be very crude. It was fine to let Fatso take a look. Fatso held it in his hand and looked at it fondly. After a while, he handed it over and asked, "Why do I feel that you made this bottle yourself? Furthermore, it is a little crude." Xiao Qin was startled. This Fatso's eyes were very sharp. He did not answer him and directly walked towards the stone platform. He could already feel the righteous chi coming from the stone platform. Fatso suddenly said when he was about to reach the stone platform, "It seemed like there were people sitting cross-legged and meditating." Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. Those people sitting cross-legged did not seem to be angry. The sound of their footsteps was already very loud. However, this group of people did not react at all. Something is wrong. That group of people seems to be dead. After Xiao Qin said that, he walked over. Skeletons were scattered all over the ground. As for those people sitting cross-legged, their eyes were closed as though they were asleep. Fatso gently pushed them and they immediately fell to the ground. Kim Taeho's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the pile of skeletons and then at the cultivators of the noble clans. He frowned and said, "These cultivators just died. Furthermore, the way they died is very strange." Aside from the corpses of the noble clans, the Guy Marquis' golden guards had all died mysteriously. They fell to the ground with a gentle touch. Fatso suddenly laughed loudly. Before Xiao Qin could react, he saw Fatso move like a whirlwind, stripping all the Guy Marquis' golden guards. Then he took out the earth-ranked battle armor. Soon, Fatso had taken out more than 100 sets of battle armor. Fatso took out one and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed. He said, "Why do these battle armors no longer have any spirituality? How can this be?" After Xiao Qin spoke, he casually took out a saber and chopped at the battle armor. A small crack immediately appeared on the golden battle armor before it shattered. Su Xiao revealed an astonished expression. She picked up a piece of golden battle armor and looked at it carefully. After a while, she said, "The moonstone in this battle armor seems to have been absorbed by something." When Xiao Qin and Su Xiao heard this, they were astonished. They had never heard of such a thing before. The moonstone was a mysterious stone. It contained natural das. How could it be absorbed completely? Xiao Qin looked at the stone platform and did his best to extend his spiritual sense. However, he could not extend it. In this small world, it was difficult for his spiritual sense to leave his body. Fatso muttered, "Never mind. Let's go up. If we do not go up, we will never know the reason." Although Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong, he could not extend his spiritual sense out. He could not find anything. He could only agree to Fatso's suggestion. The three of them stepped onto the stone platform. Who? The instant the three of them stepped onto the stone platform, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Qin's body, the golden folding fan in Fatso's hand, and the zither in Su Xiao's hand suddenly emitted an aura. After that, the three auras merged together and formed a barrier that was neither too big nor too small, surrounding the three of them. Su Xiao said in astonishment, "This is the self-protection of the holy weapon. There must be something horrifying under this stone platform. Otherwise, the holy weapon would not automatically protect itself." Xiao Qin looked at the seemingly endless flight of steps. Suddenly, an indescribable chill arose in his heart. The three of them did not say anything and continued forward. Since they had already reached this step, There was no way they could retreat. After climbing 100 steps, densely packed skeletons started to appear on the stone steps. When everyone stepped on the skeletons, they gave off a caw-caw sound, causing their scalps to go numb. Rumble! The lunar shadow saber in the universe, ring, suddenly trembled. Xiao Chun was astonished. He stopped and looked around. A rusty, broken sword appeared in his vision. This is another subdivine weapon of the battle sage origin? Xiao Chun picked up the broken sword and thought doubtfully. He could not see anything strange about the broken sword. The lunar shadow saber in the universe, ring trembled even more intensely. It was like it was about to fly out of the ring. Xiao Qin had never encountered such a situation before. Although he did not understand what was going on, this broken sword was definitely related to the Thunderwood sword. Xiao Qin placed the broken sword into the universe ring and continued forward. Stepping on the piles of bones, the three of them arrived at Hua Tianyu's headless corpse. Fatso found the words written on the ground and searched Hua Tianyu's body. Damn it, there is nothing left. A martial sage is actually so poor, Fatso cursed in a low voice. Su Xiao looked at the finger on Hua Tianyu's right hand. There was an obvious ring mark on the index finger. She said indifferently, "This should be a spatial ring. Someone just took it away." Xiao Chen ignored Fatso's words. He looked carefully at the wound on Hua Tianyu's neck. This was a sword wound. Hua Tianyu's head had been chopped off in one move. How could a martial sage be killed in one move? Who is so powerful, killing martial sages like they are dogs? Could it be the Thunder King? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. Suddenly he thought of a problem. Fatso, look around and see if his head is here. Kim Taeho recovered his wits and looked at the headless corpse. He felt it was strange as well. He started to look around with Xiao Chen. However, after searching for a long time, they could not find a single skull. Strange, where did the head go? Kim Taeho said suspiciously. In front of the stone platform, Ji Chongkong and the others divided up the treasures on the martial sage's body. After that, they sat down cross-legged and held an inferior grade spirit stone in their hands. They quickly recovered their essence. Along the way, not only did they meet the seniors of the various noble clans, they even saw the corpse of the Ying clan's emperor. They were all martial sages from 1,000 years ago, people of the same generation. Ji Chongkong was the first to recover. He tossed away the dull spirit stone in his hand and watched as they approached the peak of the stone platform. However, he did not feel any excitement in his heart. Instead, a shadow loomed over his heart. Chapter 124. Not long later, the people of the noble clans all stood up. The higher they went, the more essence was exhausted. If it were not for the fact that they had enough spirit stones, they would not have been able to reach this point. Let's go. There are still 500 more steps. Let's do our best to get up in one breath. Ji Chongkong said indifferently. They could already see the top of the stone platform from where they were. After he finished speaking, he still took the lead and walked forward. His pair of sharp eyes looked straight ahead, and there were countless stars evolving in his eyes. With every step he took, a star would be destroyed, and a moment later, more stars would be born. If someone who understood the Ji clan's martial techniques were here, they would be astonished. Under such circumstances, Ji Chongkong was still cultivating the astral martial spirit. Everyone slowly walked up the stone steps. The further they went, the closer they were to the stone platform. The pressure they had to endure increased by several-fold. It was like there was a formless barrier blocking them. Bang! One of the Ji clan's martial saints stepped on the stone steps with one foot. Before his other foot touched the ground, there was a loud explosion and his body turned into dust. Ji Chongkong did not turn his head back. His expression did not change at all. He held an inferior grade spirit stone in his hand and continued to walk forward. The closer they got to the stone platform, the more horrifying the pressure they had to endure. It was like a small mountain was pressing on their shoulders. The instant their feet touched the ground, the stone steps became like a bottomless pit. It sucked away a large portion of the spiritual energy in their bodies. Bang! 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 A few more martial saints of the various clans could not withstand the pressure and exploded. Immediately, everyone was in a state of panic and fear. They were afraid that they would be the next to die. Sage, stop! A towering stone stele appeared in front of Ji Chongkong. There were 4 ancient words written on the stone stele. A boundless pressure was emitted from the stone stele. Ji Chongkong laughed coldly. The sword in his hand danced, and a few sword chi struck the stone stele. Cracks appeared on the stone stele before it shattered into countless pieces. Ji Chongkong looked up at the stone platform in front. There were only 10 steps left. He shouted, and a human figure came out of his body. Ji Chongkong stood on the stone steps in front of him. Then another human figure came out of the crowd and headed for an even higher stone step. After repeating this 10 times, Ji Chongkong finally reached the peak of the stone platform. Ji Chongkong took a deep breath. The 9 clones behind him merged into his body like illusions. At the peak of the stone platform was a wide platform, and in the center of the platform was a golden sacred coffin. A faint righteous chi spread out from the coffin. Ji Chongkong could not help but reveal a faint smile. After spending countless schemes and narrowly escaping death, he finally arrived here. The golden coffin was as tall as a person. Ji Chongkong slowly walked over with relaxed steps. Just at this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the other side of the coffin, startling Ji Chongkong and forcing him to take a few steps back. Brother Chongkong, it has been a long time. Chu Chaoyan walked out from behind the coffin and smiled at Ji Chongkong in a carefree manner. Ji Chongkong was expressionless, his expression incomparably grave. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had not expected to meet Chu Chaoyan here. This was too surprising. Bang! 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 Hua Yunfei, Duamuking, and the Guy Marquis led a few martial saints over. When they saw Chu Chaoyan, they were astonished in their hearts. Chu Chaoyan said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I just arrived as well. This golden coffin has not been opened yet." After he spoke, he gestured for Ji Chongkong to make himself at home and retreated. Ji Chongkong gave Duamuking and the other 2 a look. The 3 of them understood tacitly and walked over to Chu Chaoyan, blocking him outside. Chu Chaoyan smiled gently and ignored them. Boom! Ji Chongkong ferociously smashed his palm on the lid of the golden coffin. A melodious sound rang out, and the sound waves spread in all directions. Everyone felt their eardrums go numb. A corner of the coffin lid was lifted. Ji Chongkong looked at his palm in astonishment. After that, he said to the people beside him, "Take a look and see if you can still use your essence." When the others heard this, they were stunned. They quickly tried it out. In the end, they discovered that the martial spirit in their dantian seemed to be sealed. No matter how they circulated it, they could not summon out their martial spirit. "What's going on?" everyone said in astonishment. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and parted the crowd. He said, "Let's take a look at what is in this coffin first." When everyone heard this, they put down the doubts in their hearts and walked over to the coffin. After so many hardships, everyone was curious as to which sage was lying in the coffin. Within the golden coffin, there was an imposing man wearing purple emperor's robes. He lay quietly on the coffin. His hands were placed on his chest, holding a sword. Ji Chongkong said in astonishment, "Isn't this the last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty? Why is he lying here?" The Guy Marquis and the others were astonished. Along the way, everything indicated that this was the remnant of a sage. The martial techniques obtained from the black coffins in the underground palace proved this. Furthermore, There were countless murals on the walls. They were all in the style of the ancient era. 10,000 years after the end of the ancient era, the Tianwu dynasty slowly rose up. This last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty had only passed away a few thousand years ago. How could he be related to the sage from 20,000 years ago? Pu Ci. The man in purple robes in the sage coffin suddenly opened his eyes. A purple light appeared in his eyes. A martial saint who was looking at him was burned to ashes before he could react. The Tianwu emperor came back to life. Is this the legendary heavenly flame? All the cultivators retreated. They were all incomparably horrified. Although the Tianwu dynasty had been destroyed for thousands of years, no one dared to forget its legends. Back then, the first Tianwu emperor used his shocking strength to unify the entire Tianwu continent. He established the Tianwu nation, which lasted for 10,000 years, the Emperor Wu nation. Such a feat could be said to be unprecedented in the entire continent. He was without a doubt the first person since ancient times. Legend said that he borrowed the heavenly flame from the outside world. When the heavenly flame burned at full power, the entire continent would melt. He was the king of flames. No one could block him. After that, every generation of emperor would possess the strength of a great emperor. Even the last Tianwu emperor lying here had the strength of a great emperor. If he really woke up, no one would be able to escape. Chu Chaoyan revealed a contemplative expression. He slowly walked to the front and looked at the purple emperor in the coffin. He said, "There is no need to worry. It is just a strand of qi. Just don't look at his eyes." Everyone thought for a while and agreed. In this world, no one could escape death. Even the Tianwu emperor died many years ago. Aside from the legendary martial gods, no one could escape death. When they looked at the coffin on the platform again, everyone's eyes lit up. Although they did not know where the sage's body was, the value of the Tianwu emperor's body was definitely no less than that of the ancient sages. Just the heavenly flame contained in his body was enough to make people go crazy over it. This was because the might of the heavenly flame was too great. Before the first Tianwu emperor died, he split the heavenly flame into 10 parts, leaving only a 10th for his descendants. However, even though it was only a 10th, the might of the heavenly flame was still very horrifying. It could easily split mountains and burn everything to desolation. When everyone arrived before the coffin, they did not dare to make any movements. Ji Chongkong stretched out his hand and slowly closed the eyes of this person. The emperor in the coffin closed his eyes again. Who? Hua Yunfei stretched out his hand and took out the Tianwu emperor's sword. He said in pleasant surprise, "Sky-splitting sword. This is a holy weapon, a complete holy weapon." Bang! That holy weapon suddenly struggled free from Hua Yunfei's hands and flew towards the Guy Marquis. Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He quickly stretched out his hand, wanting to grab it back. However, the holy weapon was flying too fast. He was unable to catch it. The Guy Marquis gently stretched out his hand and caught the holy weapon suspiciously. He did not understand why the holy weapon flew into his hands. Furthermore, he used a spear and was not used to using a sword. Hua Yunfei quickly walked to the front and stretched out his hand to snatch it back. The Guy Marquis's expression froze. He said in a cold voice, "Hua Yunfei, what are you trying to do?" Hua Yunfei looked at the holy weapon in the Guy Marquis's hand and said angrily, "What am I trying to do? Return my holy weapon to me." The Guy Marquis smiled coldly. The holy weapon chooses its own master. It is clear that you are not worthy of this holy weapon. Stop pestering me endlessly. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Hua Yunfei had long disliked the Guy Marquis. Earlier, when the Guy Marquis stopped him from killing Shaoqin, Hua Yunfei had always remembered it. Now that he found this excuse and the Guy Marquis's golden-armored warriors were not around, Hua Yunfei led the 4 martial saints behind him and made his move without hesitation. Essence could not be used on the platform. Both sides could only rely on the strength of their physical bodies and their combat techniques. Although the Guy Marquis was alone, he spent most of his time on the battlefield. His combat experience was much richer than the five of them. For a moment, Hua Yunfei and the others were unable to do anything to the Guy Marquis. Ji Changkong glanced at the battle behind him and stopped watching. He looked at Chu Chaoyun and said indifferently, "Brother Chaoyun, if we can extract the heavenly flame of the heavenly emperor, how about we split it equally?" Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. He looked at Ji Changkong and said, "Do I have a reason to reject?" After the two of them finished their discussion, they started to discuss how to extract the heavenly flame from the Tianwu Emperor's body. After the heavenly flame was completely absorbed, it would be hidden in every inch of its owner's skin. It would be very difficult to extract it. It was basically impossible. The most direct way to extract the heavenly flame was to refine the corpse of the Tianwu Emperor. After refining it, the heavenly flame would condense and appear in the world, eternally inextinguishable. However, with the strength of the two of them, it was impossible for them to refine the corpse of the Tianwu Emperor. If they did so carelessly, they might suffer a backlash from the heavenly flame and be burned to nothing. Aside from the heavenly flame, there was also the inherited martial technique of the Tianwu dynasty, the life-extinguishing, blood-reversing swordplay. It was a treasure that would make people envious. If they could find it here, its value would not be any lower than the heavenly flame. Ji Changkong searched the golden coffin. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find anything. He could not help but look at Chu Chaoyun. It was impossible for there to be no inheritance in the resting place of the Tianwu Emperor. Chapter 125. Chu Chaoyun knew what she was thinking. He said, "I did not arrive much earlier than you. If I had moved the coffin lid, you would have heard the sound as well." Duanmuking, who was at the side, suddenly walked over to the coffin lid that had fallen to the ground. The golden coffin lid was covered in densely packed ancient characters. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen, recording it down. This was the martial technique of a sage. Although she did not know what it was definitely not ordinary. Bang! Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the stone platform, Xiaoqin and the other two jumped up from the stone steps. When they landed on the stone platform, the barrier protecting the three of them suddenly shattered and disappeared. Fatso was the first to feel that something was wrong. "Oh no, I cannot use my qi or the power of my martial spirit here." Xiaoqin gave it a try. Indeed, it was as Fatso said. The martial spirit in his dantian seemed to be sealed. No matter what, he could not sense it. He was unable to circulate his essence. Ji Changkong looked at Xiaoqin with a cold look in his eyes. He leaped into the air and did not say anything unnecessary, sending a punch at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was stunned at first. Then his lips curled up into a cold smile. It was obvious that the people here could not use essence. In that case, Xiaoqin's physical strength was unparalleled on this stone platform. Boom! Xiaoqin quickly sent out a punch. When their fists collided, there was a crisp sound. The 5 fingers on Ji Changkong's right palm were shattered. Ji Changkong retreated 5 steps. He looked at the wound on his hand in disbelief. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. There was an intense pain causing his face to twitch. The Guy Marquis held his golden spear. When he saw Xiaoqin arrive, he used his spear to sweep away the Hua clan members. Then he dashed towards him. In the blink of an eye, the spear arrived before Xiaoqin. Who? Spear after spear exploded in front of Xiaoqin. The Guy Marquis' spear techniques were very good. Even without the support of essence, his spear was still impenetrable. Xiaoqin retreated 2 steps. The Guy Marquis moved forward. The spear stuck to Xiaoqin like glue. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. Pooh! Xiaoqin stepped on air. He had already retreated to the edge of the stone platform. If he took another step back, he would be forced off the platform. The Guy Marquis thought about the uniqueness of the stone platform. If he fell, Xiao Chen would definitely die. He could not help but increase his strength. He pushed forward with his right hand, and the spear was aimed at Xiao Chen's chest. Chi! The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen easily parried the full-powered strike of the Guy Marquis. He took a step forward, and the saber slid down the spear shaft. Soon, the Guy Marquis's right hand appeared. He quickly let go, and the golden spear fell to the ground with a huang-dang sound. Side body strike. Xiao Chen tilted his body to the side and ferociously charged forward. All the energy in his body was gathered on his right shoulder. After the tempering of the heavenly lightning and the seven-leaf flower, a horrifying strength exploded forth. The Guy Marquis was knocked back with a bang. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and tumbled on the ground. He nearly fell off the stone platform. Attacked together, the strength of this brat's physical body is too horrifying. When Hua Yunfei saw the Guy Marquis being defeated by Xiao Chen in an instant, he could not help but feel fear in his heart. He shouted loudly. These cultivators normally relied too much on essence. Although their physical bodies had been tempered and were much stronger than ordinary people, they were far inferior to Xiao Chen. Bang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and punched a Ji-clan cultivator in front of him. The Ji-clan cultivator fell to the ground, unable to get up. A few of his ribs were even broken. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. He was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He executed an ordinary fist technique that he had learned in the past. His movements were simple, firm and fierce. When combined with the horrifying strength in his physical body, none of his subordinates could withstand a single exchange. No one could block him. Xiao Chen looked at Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei, who was in the crowd, was startled and quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Let's see where you can run to." Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He swung his right leg and kicked Hua Yunfei's head. Pussy-eye! Hua Yunfei vomited a mouthful of blood along with a few broken teeth. After he landed on the ground, he immediately fainted. Xiao Chen landed gently and kicked a few times in the air. His speed and strength were astonishing. Miserable cries resounded as those who were struck fell to the ground. After a while, aside from Xiao Chen's group of 3 and Chu Chaoyan, who had not made a move, everyone else on the stone platform fell to the ground. They groaned in pain as they looked at Xiao Chen in fear. Fatso said in astonishment, "What a strong physical body! How did this fellow temper it?" Su Xiaoxiao was not too astonished. She said indifferently, "If you used 15 years to temper your physical body, you would be able to reach this level as well." Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyan and walked over step by step. His sharp face revealed a murderous intent, revealing his sharpness. When Chu Chaoyan saw Xiao Chen walking towards him, he did not panic. He took out a basketball-sized golden spirit core from his spatial ring and casually tossed it to Xiao Chen. He smiled faintly. "Looks like I made a wrong decision. I should not have let you in." After receiving the Golden Lion King's spirit core, Xiao Chen placed it into his universe ring. He looked deeply at Chu Chaoyan, but in the end, he did not make a move against him. Even now, when Xiao Chen held the absolute advantage, Xiao Chen could not see through him at all. The feeling that Chu Chaoyan gave Xiao Chen was still extremely dangerous. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the various noble clan disciples lying on the ground. He walked over to Hua Yunfei and removed his spatial ring. Then he placed the scarlet sword that Hua Yunfei had been using into the universe ring. The spatial rings of the Tianwu continent were different from the magic treasures that Xiao Chen refined. As long as the ring was removed, anyone could take out the things inside. Xiao Chun slowly walked towards Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's complexion turned ashen. He said agitatedly, "Xiao Qin, if you dare to touch me, I will make you wish you were dead after we leave this place." Xiao Qin stepped on Ji Changkong's face ruthlessly. "Do you think I will let you off? 3 years later, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Xiao Qin grabbed Ji Changkong's spatial ring and kicked Ji Changkong ruthlessly again. A martial saint behind the Ji clan could not stand it any longer. He roared angrily and charged at Xiao Qin. Bang! Xiao Qin kicked him off the stone platform. The instant that person's body landed on the stone platform, there was a loud boom, and he shattered into countless pieces of flesh. The people on the stone platform all felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao Qin picked up the Guy Marquis spear and placed it into the universe ring. He walked over and removed the Guy Marquis' spatial ring. Then he turned his gaze to Duanmuking. Duanmuking's expression was ice cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. With a quang-dang sound, he threw the spatial ring on the stone platform. He said coldly, "There are some things that are not yours. Even if you take them, you will spit them out." Xiao Qin smiled coldly. "Are you talking about yourself? When you saw that I had a spirit fox, you kept asking for it from me. When I refused, you tried to kill me. Is there anyone as shameless as you?" Duanmuking's expression suddenly became agitated. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with her. When he turned his head, he saw Fatso pick up the coffin lid and place it into his spatial ring. Xiao Qin could not help but feel black lines appear in his heart. This Fatso is truly speechless. He even dares to ask for a coffin lid. When Fatso saw Xiao Qin looking at him with disdain, he chuckled. "Don't look at me like that. This coffin lid is refined from scorching blood-black gold. Just a small piece is worth hundreds, or even tens of thousands of gold taels. Furthermore, there is an ancient martial scripture carved on it. It was carved by a sage. It has a natural charm and can be used as a weapon. Its might is no weaker than a holy weapon. Of course, I will make a copy of the ancient martial scripture for you." Xiao Qin felt ashamed in his heart. Only Fatso would dare to use a coffin lid as a weapon. He called out to Fatso, and the two of them came to the center of the sage coffin. Fatso looked at the purple-robed emperor lying quietly in the sage coffin. His face was filled with doubt as he said, "The sage coffin clearly has an ancient martial scripture carved on it. Why is it a Tianwu emperor lying in there? Where did the body of the sage go?" Xiao Qin felt suspicious as well. Along the way, he had seen countless martial sage corpses. All of them had their heads chopped off. It was clear that it was done by one person. Was it done by the person in the coffin? However, the time difference was too great. The Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed for more than 5,000 years. As for the people on the stone steps, they were all people from 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, they were from the same era. Rumble. Just as Xiao Qin and Fatso were thinking, this small world suddenly shook. After that, there was a loud rumble. The mountain peak above the underground palace suddenly shattered. 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak shattered just like that. Countless rocks flew out of Savage Forest. It looked like it was raining rocks. Huge rocks fell continuously. Some of the flying spirit beasts did not dodge in time. The huge force of the rocks smashed them into a mangled mess. They cried out miserably as they fell. Xiao Qin and the others felt dazzled. The scene before them suddenly disappeared. The white clouds in the sky and the blazing sun in the sky gave off a piercing light, mercilessly shining on the stone platform. Xiao Qin was startled. He looked at his surroundings and said, "Why did this stone platform return to the ground? Not good. I can use my essence now." Xiao Qin's expression suddenly changed. The people of the noble clans on the stone platform were all, at least, martial saints. Now that they had recovered their essence, any one of them could easily defeat him. Shao Qin circulated the gravity spell and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Chi! There was a phoenix cry, and Duamyuking turned into an ice phoenix. He spread his wings and gave chase. Ji Changkong cursed, and his body turned into a meteor. He left behind a long trail of flames as he gave chase. When the people of the noble clans saw that they could use their essence, they all jumped off the platform and chased in the direction that Shao Qin had gone. The small world above the stone platform had already collapsed. When the crowd jumped off the stone platform, they did not shatter into pieces like they did underground. Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho were worried about Shao Chen's situation, so they quickly gave chase as well. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Chaoyan was left standing on the stone platform. Chu Chaoyan had a calm expression on his face. After everyone had left, he looked at the unconscious Hua Yunfei and gently kicked him off the 1,000-meter-tall stone platform. Chapter 126. Shao Qin turned his head and looked at Duamyuking and Ji Changkong, who were chasing him. A boundless flame started to burn in his right eye. Finally, it turned into a purple light. With a Pu sound, a flaming cloud appeared and burned half the sky, blocking the two people behind him. After the flaming cloud scattered, Shao Qin could no longer be seen in the sky. Ji Changkong landed on the ground with a loud boom. The footprint of Shao Chen's footprints on his face had yet to disappear. The few martial saints of the Ji clan quickly rushed over. When they saw the ashen and furious Ji Changkong, they did not dare to say anything. Ji Changkong said in an ice-cold voice, "Search the entire forest. If we cannot find Shao Qin, I will not return to the south." At the periphery of Savage Forest, Shao Qin held a chi-returning pill in his mouth. He continuously used the lightning evasion and rushed towards the illusion formation. After a while, he finally arrived in front of everyone and entered. After entering the illusion formation, Shao Chen saw the familiar Zhuang River and the rocks by the shore. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He pushed off the ground and leaped onto the surface of the Zhuang River. Shao Qin circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art and sped across the surface of the water. With a loud boom, he broke through the waterfall and arrived at the strange rock behind the waterfall. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Chi-returning pill, blood-replenishing pill. This type of fast recovery medicinal pill had significant side effects. If taken for a long period of time, it would leave behind a serious dependency. Today, Shao Qin had consumed more than 10 chi-returning pills. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. He circulated the essence in his body, trying to force out the remnant medicinal energy in his body. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated in his body over and over again. The remnant medicinal energy in his meridians was continuously washed away. After the essence circulated for a great cycle, it returned to the martial spirit. The blue dragon martial spirit absorbed all the essence. Slowly, it sank into the clear water. A moment later, an even purer wave of Yuan Qi flowed from the martial spirit to all the major meridians in his body, then seeped into Shao Chen's flesh and bones through the meridians. Shao Chen repeated this process for a total of 80 cycles of the purple thunder divine incantation. After that, a black viscous substance slowly flowed out of the countless pores in Shao Chen's body. The medicinal dregs that had been lingering in his body for a long time were all forced out. After the medicinal power was forced out, Shao Chen only felt that his body was incomparably weak. Moreover, the black viscous substance on his skin was very uncomfortable. Shao Chen hurriedly jumped out of the waterfall. With a splash, he jumped directly into the turbulent Zhuang River. The black, sticky substance on his body was immediately washed away by the river water. Shao Chen came out of the water and took a deep breath. He felt very refreshed. Although his body was still very weak, he was very spirited and full of energy. Bang! Shao Chen's body leaped gently in the water, like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He created a long splash as he landed firmly on the riverbank. Shao Qin took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and changed into them. He did not do anything else. He found a comfortable place and lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. The melodious chirping of birds in the forest woke Shao Qin up. He opened his eyes reluctantly. Shao Qin slowly stood up and stretched. He felt very comfortable. His body and mind had returned to their peak state. Smiling faintly, Shao Qin took out all the spatial rings of the noble clan's disciples from the universe ring. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of the sage or the heavenly emperor's heavenly flame in this trip to the underground palace, his harvest was not small. First, Shao Qin took out Duamuking's spatial ring and poured all the things in it on the ground. Immediately, a large pile of spirit stones, battle armor, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills fell to the ground. Shao Qin looked carefully and counted. There were more than 100 inferior-grade spirit stones, 20 medial-grade spirit stones, 2 superior-grade earth-ranked battle armor, 2 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 10-odd medicinal pills above rank 4, and finally an ancient martial technique manual. It looks like the wealth of those martial sages has been divided among them. Otherwise, even if they are noble clans, they would not have so many treasures on them, Shao Qin said softly. Shao Qin did not hesitate and searched for the spatial rings of the noble clans. With a hua-la-la-la sound, the ground was covered with spirit stones and spirit weapons. I have struck it rich this time. With so many spirit stones, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills, it will be sufficient for me to cultivate to martial saint. Shao Qin was wild with joy. He had obtained all the gains of the noble clans in the underground palace. The value of these things added together was equivalent to the wealth of half a noble clan. To anyone, this was a huge treasure. Shao Qin started to reorganize the items. He had obtained a total of 300 inferior-grade spirit stones, 80 medial-grade spirit stones, 5 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 3 superior-grade earth-ranked battle armor, 6 ancient martial techniques, and countless medicinal pills. Dong! Shao Qin pushed aside a pile of spirit stones, and a small, exquisite, silver warship appeared in Shao Qin's vision. Damn! Someone really found an ancient-era secret treasure in the underground palace, Shao Qin said in astonishment as he held the silver warship in his hand. Shao Qin sent his spiritual sense into the interior of the silver warship. Instantly, he felt like he had entered a huge world. However, this world was very damaged. A piece was missing from a corner of the warship. The formations inside were not complete and were severely damaged. This caused the silver warship to be completely devoid of spiritual energy. Most people would not be able to discover that this was a secret treasure. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Shao Qin looked at the silver warship in his hand. He felt that it was a pity. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. It was unavoidable for the secret treasure to be damaged. Furthermore, the offensive formations in it were completely damaged. There was no possibility of repairing them. Even if they could repair them, they could only be used as a transportation tool. However, Shao Qin still decided to repair it. With his current strength, it would be impossible for him to refine such a magic treasure. Not to mention his cultivation realm, he would not be able to complete the task of finding the materials without a few years. Now that there was a nearly complete magic treasure before him, it would be inexcusable if he did not make use of it. As for the offensive formations on it, he could wait until his strength increased before he could carve another one. The most important thing was that this should be a secret treasure refined by a sage. After tens of thousands of years, the sage's imprint had already taken root in the interior of the silver warship. It was as firm as a boulder. From the looks of it, the secret treasure refined by an ancient sage is 100% certain to be a magic treasure from the Compendium of Cultivation, Shao Qin muttered to himself. Could the Compendium of Cultivation be related to this world? Shao Qin shook his head and recollected his thoughts. no longer thinking about this question. Shao Qin placed the spirit stones and battle armor on the ground into his universe ring. Then he executed the gravity spell and soared into the air, heading for the mountain wall with the waterfall. The wind howled on the mountain wall. The strange rocks were sharp, and there was an old tree growing on the cliff. Shao Chen looked up and saw an even taller mountain peak in front. Clouds shrouded the peak, making it look hazy and mysterious. "It should be there," Shao Chen said softly and continued flying upwards. A biting cold wind blew past him. Shao Chen's clothes fluttered and his long hair fluttered nonstop. The higher he went, the fiercer the cold wind became. It blew so hard that he could not open his eyes. After a long time, Shao Chen landed on the mountain peak with a sound. If he stretched out his hand, he would be able to touch the white clouds. The surrounding spiritual energy was incomparably dense, giving him a faintly discernible sense of spirituality. Shao Qin found an empty space and took out the inferior grade spirit stones from his universe ring. He prepared to lay down a small spirit gathering formation and gather the spirituality of the silver worship. Actually, if he used medial grade spirit stones to lay down the spirit gathering formation, the effects would be more obvious. However, Shao Chen could not bear to part with these medial grade spirit stones. A medial grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 inferior grade spirit stones. However, no one would be foolish enough to exchange for one. This was because medial grade spirit stones were too rare in the Great Qi nation. After a while, a small spirit gathering formation appeared. Shao Qin placed the silver worship in the center of the formation. Then he slowly infused his essence into it. A faint light flowed along the formation lines and started flowing slowly. The dense spiritual energy in the surroundings poured in wildly. Within the formation lines, the surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist. After a while, it actually gathered into droplets of spiritual energy. Pu Si. A resplendent pillar of light suddenly lit up in the center of the formation and rushed to the sky. The small silver worship quickly rose up from the pillar of light. The body of the worship flickered with two different lights. Shao Qin extended his spiritual sense into the silver worship. The formation lines carved on the silver worship spun rapidly, continuously absorbing the horrifying spiritual energy contained in the pillar of light. After half an hour, the spirit stones on the ground started to crack. Shao Qin said in astonishment, "Not good! The amount of spiritual energy required by this silver worship is too horrifying. A small spirit gathering formation would not be able to satisfy it." "This fellow's appetite is too big," Shao Qin thought hatefully. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth driven by 100 spirit stones could not even last for 2 hours. This completely exceeded his expectations. Shao Qin took out the Golden Lion King's spirit core from the universe ring. He looked at the silver worship in the sky hesitantly, feeling reluctant to part with it. This golden spirit core contained the spiritual energy that the Golden Lion King had absorbed for hundreds of years. It was incomparably pure. No matter what attribute a cultivator had, they would be able to absorb it. If one placed it in the spirit gathering formation, it would instantly raise the rank of the spirit gathering formation to medial grade. However, Shao Chen was reluctant to part with it. He planned to keep it for when he advanced to Martial King. Martial King was a hurdle. If he could pass it, he would immediately stand at the peak of everyone. If he could not, he would only waste his life. In the end, Shao Chen put it away and took out the medial grade spirit stones. The value of this medial grade spirit stone was not inferior to the spirit core at all. Furthermore, it had great practical value. It was a hard currency everywhere. Shao Chen placed it on the formation runes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. 40 medial grade spirit stones used up close to half of Shao Chen's collection before he finished laying the medial grade spirit gathering formation. Shao Chen formed a hand seal, and a strong wind blew. All the spiritual energy within a kilometer surged over in an endless stream. Dita! Dita! The spiritual energy turned into water droplets and fell from the mountain peak like rain. These were all the essence of spiritual energy. Xiao Qin did not want to waste it. He took out a spatial magic treasure jade bottle and placed it at the side. Then he collected all the water droplets that fell from the sky. The pillar of light in the center of the formation became even more resplendent. The silver warship started to give off a boundless radiance. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the sage Taoist charm in the warship slowly awakening. Chapter 127. Who? A horrifying holy might burst forth, and the silver warship started to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had risen by 1,000 meters and turned into a black, disappearing from Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen was startled, and he quickly flew up. The gravity spell was not a true flying martial technique. The higher Xiao Chen flew, the stronger the gravitational pull. The amount of essence he exhausted also increased. High up in the sky, Xiao Chen flew higher and higher. He could see the boundless clouds churning around him. The resplendent pillar of light in the center of the spirit-gathering formation pierced through the boundless clouds. It looked like it was really going to reach the sky. The essence in Xiao Chen's body was rapidly depleting. He frowned slightly. Right now, he could only see a blurry silhouette of the silver warship. He did not know how high it was going to fly. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and took out a medial-grade spirit stone and placed it on his palm. Instantly, a horrifying essence flowed into Xiao Chen's meridians. The dense essence immediately filled them up. A feeling of excitement spread through every inch of Xiao Chen's body. He felt like he was going to explode. He was filled with boundless energy. Boom! Xiao Chen shouted, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. His figure created a shockwave in the air, and he caught up to the silver warship in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The silver warship stood at the top of the pillar of light. With a loud bang, it instantly turned into a silver warship that was several hundred meters long and 6 meters tall. There were many banners on the bow of the warship. There was a large yen character written on them, fluttering in the wind. Dark clouds covered the surroundings of the warship, and thunder roared incessantly. Boundless lightning surrounded the warship. It can actually repair itself. How did the ancient sages refine it? Xiao Chen was astonished when he saw the silver warship surrounded by lightning. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to repair the damaged formation lines himself. He did not expect that after the spiritual energy of the silver warship gathered together, it would automatically repair itself. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. If he repaired it like this, as a sage secret treasure, it would be covered with the sage's mark. Now that the sage was far away, it would automatically search for a descendant of the sage's bloodline and recognize him as its master. I have to erase the sage's mark and put my own mark on it, Xiao Chen said word by word with determination in his eyes. Xiao Chen passed through the boundless dark clouds and the flashing lightning bolts. Then he landed firmly on the bow of the warship. His gaze was filled with caution as he looked at the banner with the word yin on it. The black flag seemed to have descended from ancient times. It stood quietly at the bow of the ship, fluttering in the wind and making a flapping sound. The character yin written on the flag was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. Every stroke of the character seemed to contain the strength of 1,000 caddies, revealing its sharpness and imposing manner. There was a high chance of death. However, Xiao Chen, there was of, yen of. All of the danger involved went without saying. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with determination. He did not intend to take even half a step back. He sent his spiritual sense into the banner like a sharp sword. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding scenery disappeared, and Xiao Chen appeared on a piece of thick magma. From time to time, Waves of flame would surge out, and in the distance there was even a volcano erupting, releasing endless waves of heat and scorched red lava. Strangely, there were 9 suns in the sky, and a gigantic deity appeared in the sky. Behind him, a brilliant light shone out, and boundless might radiated out into the space. Puchi! The deity suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a golden beam of light that enveloped Shao Chen. He shouted loudly, "How dare you be so disrespectful to a deity? Why are you not kneeling?" The voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Every single word was shocking, echoing endlessly in this space. It was deafening, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. In the end, this voice converged into strands of echoes that fused with the beating of Shao Chen's heart. The sound was getting faster and faster. Shao Chen's heart was also beating rapidly, as if it was jumping out of his chest. Bang! 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 Shao Chen held his chest, feeling a huge pressure. His heart felt extremely stifled, pained, and conflicted. His sharp face contorted, and he could not help but kneel on the ground with his right leg. "Why are you still not kneeling?" The voice continued to echo in Shao Chen's ears. It was like it was imprinted in Shao Chen's mind, impossible to get rid of. The divine voice was vast and mighty, towering over the 9 heavens. The voice was like thunder, and every word was like a jewel, sharp as a sword. How could a mortal not fear it? The might of an ancient sage was just that terrifying. Even after tens of thousands of years, his imprint still had such a horrifying might. In this mental space he held the initiative. This was a contest that spanned 10,000 years. Unless Shao Chen's spiritual sense could simulate an existence that surpassed this deity, he would not have any chance of victory. As long as his other leg knelt down, his mental imprint would completely disappear, and his body would become a soulless body. Shao Chen did his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his spiritual pedestal. Had he seen anything that could break through the might of a deity and trample on him? The ancient sages had seen deities before. Hence, they simulated a deity in this space. However, the strongest cultivator Shao Chen had seen was merely Yuing. How could she fight with a deity? Even the Thunder King and the Tianwu Emperor would not have a chance of victory against a deity in Shao Chen's opinion. The strength of the ancient sages was definitely stronger than the later Emperor Wu. There was no doubt about this. If even the sages could not defeat them, how could they defeat them? The deity visualized by the sages was a legendary deity, an existence even more horrifying than the sages and the ancient emperors. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Shao Chen's mind. Shao Chen suddenly thought of the man he saw in the sage Dao comprehension painting, the mysterious man surrounded by 18 blue dragons. Boom! Shao Chen shouted, and 18 blue dragons suddenly flew out from behind him. They roared continuously, instantly breaking the divine sound reverberating in the air. The deity in the sky roared angrily, and a bright light flickered behind him. He shouted loudly, "Ant, do you know you have committed a great sin?" Shao Chen closed his eyes, and his spiritual pedestal was clear. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. After that, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of purple light shot out, clashing with the golden light of the deity without any fear. The so-called deity is just the imagination of mortals. It is born from the beliefs of the masses. If I believe in God in my heart, then God's might is vast and boundless. If I do not have God in my heart, then everything in the world exists in my heart. I am me, and God cannot control me. Shao Chen looked at the deity in the sky and said, "Slowly, I should be thanking you. If it were not for you, I would never be able to get rid of this obsession in my heart." The path of cultivation was long and distant. The further one walked, the higher the requirement for one's mental state. The so-called talent was not that important anymore. In the ancient era, many people with ordinary talent became sages. They relied on a strong will and a pure mental state. Regardless of which world it was, there would always be things that ordinary people could not understand. Regarding the unknown, people liked to use miracles to explain it. However, was there really a deity in this world? No one knew. Even if there was, it would not be the kind of deity that people believed in. Xiao Qin had gotten rid of the obsession in his heart. It was a great opportunity for him to temper his mental state in the future. In the end, this deity was just an imprint left behind by a sage. As long as he understood this, there was no reason for Xiao Qin to lose this battle that spanned tens of thousands of years. Just as Xiao Qin spoke, the light behind the deity started to dim. The bright light started to dissipate, finally vanishing into nothingness. Rumble! A boundless sea appeared behind Xiao Qin. The sound of the sea surged and waves surged. Layers of waves surged and surged. There was a dragon roar, and a blue dragon leaped out of the sea. A man holding a saber stood on the dragon's head. The moment he appeared, the 18 blue dragons surrounding Xiao Qin immediately flew behind him. The dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking the surroundings. Cracks actually appeared at the borders of this space, extending to the horizon. The man standing on the dragon's head looked at the deity in the sky and revealed a disdainful smile. He pushed off the ground and his figure disappeared. Pu Xi! There was a flash of saber light, and the head of the deity in the sky was chopped off. It was so fast that Xiao Qin could not even see its back. The naked eye could not keep up at all. Heaven and earth shattered. The scene in front of Xiao Qin changed again. All the lava from the volcano disappeared. A black flag was stuck in the middle of a desolate land. Xiao Qin seemed to have come from beyond the heavens. He slowly landed on the ground and walked over to the black flag. The word Yen was written on the flag. Xiao Qin did not hesitate. He walked over and picked up the black flag. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. A strong wind blew, and sand and rocks flew. Who? Xiao Qin opened his mouth and swallowed the black flag. He wanted to swallow up the Taoist rhymes contained in the flag. The space instantly turned still. Xiao Qin sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He carefully comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending the Taoist rhymes left by the sage in the flag. The surrounding environment changed continuously. Sometimes there was smoke everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Sages fell and great demons were destroyed. Sometimes it was a snowy night. Under the full moon, flowers filled the sky. A handsome man and a beautiful woman lingered together. Sometimes it was a sage comprehending the Tao. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Boundless lightning crackled as the sage comprehended the great Tao amidst the thunder, materializing his own laws. In the end, all this disappeared, leaving behind only a boundless gray. A figure stood in the air, looking into the distance. There was a boundless loneliness in his eyes, an indescribable loneliness. This was the life of a sage. He was once young and frivolous, full of love and hatred, flipping the mortal world upside down. He was once unrivaled in the world, ascending into the heavens and descending into the earth, plucking the stars and the moon. He was omnipotent. However, in the end, he still left behind a boundless loneliness, a loneliness that no one could understand. There was a long sigh. Since ancient times, the sages were all lonely. 10,000 years of worldly affairs were all for naught. Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with chaos. He saw the life of an ancient great sage. It felt as long as 10,000 years, but it also felt like only an instant. It was like a hazy dream. Chapter 128. Who? Amid the chaos, a black flag materialized in Xiao Qin's eyes. Finally, it materialized in the air. Xiao Qin shouted and flew into the air. Then he grabbed the pole of the flag and stabbed it into the ground. A resounding Xiao character appeared on the black flag. This was the mark left by the sage. In the end, Xiao Qin had assimilated it. Shao Chen opened his eyes again, and his surroundings changed again. Shao Chen stood on the bow of the silver warship. He had finally returned to the real world. The black flag on the bow fluttered. The Yen character on the flag had disappeared, replaced by the Shao character. This secret treasure finally bore Shao Chen's mark. Shao Chen smiled gently and sent out his spiritual sense. He started to check the formation lines on the secret treasure. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense. He felt slightly disappointed. The formation lines on the offensive formation had not improved. There were no signs of them being repaired. It looked like he could only redraw them when his cultivation realm increased. However, the other functions of the secret treasure had already recovered. It was no different from when it was at its peak. At the very least, its speed and defense should not disappoint Shao Chen. Shao Chen smiled faintly and jumped off the bow. The secret treasure still had to go through lightning for 49 days before it could truly condense the Tao of heaven and earth. For the time being, there was nothing for Shao Chen to do. Being 10,000 meters in the air, there was a different feeling. Shao Chen felt this special feeling as he quickly descended to the ground. An unending stream of dark clouds appeared below Shao Chen. Shao Chen extended his spiritual sense and saw countless raindrops falling from the clouds. When the clouds collided, thunder roared and lightning tore through the sky. Shao Chen sighed. When one is in the sky, I nearly forgot about the mundane world. Shao Chen had not finished using the medial grade spirit stones in his hand. He infused his essence into his body and charged through the dark clouds. The essence on his body blocked off the falling raindrops, allowing them to flow out of his body. Shao Chen suddenly became interested. He used the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula to imitate Ji Changkong's martial technique. His body turned into a meteor and landed on the ground. Boom! The meteor pierced through the endless curtain of rain in the sky and landed on the ground in an instant. It exploded with a loud bang, and Shao Chen's figure appeared. The surrounding air waves shook, and countless raindrops evaporated in an instant. Looking at the medial grade spirit stone that had completely lost its luster, Shao Chen was somewhat astonished. He muttered, "This is a martial technique that requires an inherited martial spirit. Using the changing character formula to imitate it consumes too much energy. I have to remember this in the future." Shao Chen tossed aside the medial grade spirit stone that had exhausted all his essence. Then he walked quickly through the rain. Shao Chen walked quickly on the Zhuang River. Finally, he passed through the gushing waterfall and entered the cave. He took out the ancient martial techniques from the universe ring. Shao Chen started to read them slowly. These so-called ancient words were the traditional Chinese characters of China. It was not difficult for Shao Chen to read them. He had just seen the life of an ancient sage and gained some comprehension in his heart. This kind of comprehension was a very profound state. Shao Chen felt his mind become much clearer. Many of the problems that he could not figure out in the past were instantly solved. He did not know when this state would disappear. Hence, he quickly took out the ancient martial techniques and read them carefully, hoping to gain some comprehension. The ancient martial techniques were very different from the martial techniques of the present world. The biggest difference was that the ancient martial techniques were not divided into heaven, earth, profound, or yellow. Shao Chen read them carefully one by one. He did not seek to understand all of them. He just wanted to gain some comprehension. He skipped over the parts that he could not understand. He would not be stuck at a dead end. Just like that, Shao Chen read the 5 ancient martial techniques in the cave for half a month. Only when the feeling of comprehension disappeared did Shao Chen stop. Hualala! The waterfall in front of the cave continued to flow. Shao Chen looked through the waterfall and saw that the rain did not stop. It continued to pour without end. Because the silver warship had to undergo a baptism of lightning, the rain did not stop for the past half a month. Xiao Qun got up and passed through the gushing waterfall with a schwa sound. He faced the pouring rain and landed on the gushing Zhuang River. The water on the Zhuang River surged. It had already reached the riverbank long ago. The current on the river was faster than ever. Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art had already reached the small perfection. Relying on this heaven-ranked movement technique, he stood firmly on the surface of the gushing river, not panicking at all. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen allowed the rain to fall on him. He carefully thought about the gains he had made in the past half a month. His mind was clear, and he entered a wondrous state. The ancient martial techniques gave him a lot of inspiration. Some of them were sword techniques, some were purely cultivation techniques, and some were spear techniques. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to practice them. These martial techniques were not the peak martial techniques of the ancient era. As the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. If he were to practice them all over again, the gains would not make up for the losses. When the various martial techniques were mixed together, they would end up becoming fetters. Xiao Chen intended to continue comprehending the rushing thunder saber technique. He wanted to combine the things he had comprehended in the past half a month, the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and the battle sage origins changing character formula. He wanted to make the rushing thunder saber technique undergo a qualitative change. The difficulty of this was no less than creating a new martial technique. Using the rushing thunder saber technique as the core, Xiao Chen combined what he had learned in the past and his recent comprehensions to refine the rushing thunder saber technique. Xiao Chen stood on the surface of the Zhuang River for half a month. He seemed to have felt the bloodline of the Zhuang River. The gushing river water seemed to have merged with him. Pu Ci. On this day, Xiao Chen finally opened his eyes. His black pupils were calm, without any ripples. With a thought, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand from the universe ring with a schwa sound. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chen's feet moved slightly, and his right hand slowly brandished the saber. There was no light on the saber. With a schwa sound, the saber flashed through the rain, passing through the gaps between the raindrops. It disappeared in a flash. It was extremely fast and did not get any water on it. Boom! A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and landed on the surface of the water. There was a loud rumble, and a 2-meter-tall wave was kicked up. Electricity flowed on the surface of the water and was transmitted to Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. The electricity crackled and exploded on his skin. He looked like he was covered in electricity, but it did not injure him at all. Finally, the electricity gathered on the black blade of the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen took a step forward and made use of this electricity to quickly draw his saber. Arc-light chop. A purple arc, carrying with it a 2-meter-long electric light, exploded in the rain with a bang. In an instant, the water droplets immediately evaporated into steam. A mist spread out, and the surrounding space seemed to be cut off. There was a momentary emptiness in the pouring rain. Boom! Another bolt of lightning resounded, and the wave soared to the sky. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, creating an intense wave under his feet. For this rushing heaven chop, Xiao Chen combined the dragon soaring cloud art. His figure was as fast as a flood dragon. Everywhere he passed, the rain was cut in half. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen moved several hundred meters. With the help of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, his body suddenly spun in midair and actually paused for a moment. In a situation where he did not use the gravity spell, this was almost impossible. The gravity spell took too long to activate, so it did not have much combat value. Thus, Xiao Chen usually only used it to escape. Pooh! The instant he paused, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly rose to its peak. Under the pressure of this aura, the falling rain seemed to slow down. Boom! 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 Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen shouted, and thunder roared behind him. Countless claps of thunder sounded out, making his aura even more horrifying. It was like a thunder god had descended. Bang! Carrying the momentum of the rushing thunder, Shao Qin chopped the water with his saber. The huge force sliced the water in half like tofu, forming a wall of water. Then a 3-meter high wave rose. Shao Qin landed in the water, and the walls of water on both sides quickly closed up. Although the walls of water looked soft, they contained 1,000 kilograms of force. It could easily crush a cultivator into meat paste. Rushing thunder, second chain chop. Using the energy accumulated from the previous 4 attacks, Shao Qin quickly executed the rushing thunder second chain chop. This attack did not have a clear target, it was just swung at the air. Hu Qi! A whirlpool of energy appeared in the air, sucking in the walls of water that were closing up and forming a huge whirlpool. Shao Qin pushed off gently and jumped to the riverbank. The whirlpool spun for a long time. The surrounding river water was all gathered together. After a while, a huge pillar of water rose up and rushed to the sky. Shao Qin stood on the riverbank and looked at the pillar of water rushing to the sky. There was not much satisfaction on his face. In the past month, Shao Qin had used the sage Tao comprehension and the ancient martial techniques to evolve the rushing thunder chop to an even more horrifying level. However, it was still far from the goal in his heart. The martial techniques that he had learned were not completely melded together. In the past month, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the potential of the rushing thunder saber technique was limitless. It did not seem like a profound, ranked martial technique at all. Even until now, he still could not understand the laws contained within it. He was also unable to execute the rushing thunder third chain chop. He felt that something was missing. Shao Qin sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. Looks like it will be difficult for me to completely comprehend the rushing thunder saber technique as a superior grade martial master. After resting for a while, Shao Qin looked into the distance. His gaze penetrated through the misty rain. He looked at the middle-sized spirit gathering formation at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Then he executed the gravity spell and flew in that direction. After a while, he passed through the boundless clouds. Shao Qin stood on the peak of the mountain once again. It was raining here as well. However, it was raining spiritual energy that had turned into spiritual liquid. In the center of the spirit gathering formation, the golden pillar of light was still as resplendent as before. The spirit spring on the silver warship had already been repaired long ago. At this moment, it was undergoing the baptism of lightning and did not need the help of spiritual energy. Shao Qin stored the spiritual energy in the center of the spirit gathering formation into his universe ring. Then he walked into the spirit gathering formation and sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. He did not want to waste the spiritual energy that he had gathered. In an instant, the liquefied spiritual energy in the air all gathered on Shao Qin's body. Boundless spiritual energy poured into Shao Qin's body. The spiritual energy in Shao Qin's meridians surged endlessly. The speed of his cultivation in the spirit gathering formation was much faster than the cave behind the waterfall. Shao Qin consumed another fasting pill and started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation.